Part 33. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 321. Anastasia's home is located in the suburbs of the West District, in a rather old dark castle. It is secluded, desolate, and sparsely populated, with a horror movie style. It is very close to the West District Cemetery. The castle is empty, and the interior decoration is simple. Except for the room Anastasia often uses, other houses have not been decorated and renovated, and look quite dilapidated. As a saint of transcendent status, this castle is obviously not worthy of her status, but her personality is like this. She has a simple lifestyle and no material pursuits. She even knows very little about the cosmetics that women rely on for survival. This is a person who has escaped from vulgar tastes and lives a life like an ascetic. Her pursuits and realms are incomprehensible to ordinary people. Wayne can't understand it, but it doesn't affect his high respect for such people. It is precisely because he can't do it that he admires such people. No wonder I can't stand the slightest grievance. It turns out that all the grievances and sufferings have been eaten by you. A man and a woman alone, in the wilderness. It was pitch black, and there were thunder and lightning outside. Anastasia's heartbeat accelerated a little. When Wayne saw that the rhythm was not right, he quickly said a few witty words to divert attention. The effect was okay. The patient had strong self-control and could calm down by himself after a while. Wayne's thoughts spread out, covering the entire dark castle. The upper structure had no bright spots, and the basement was large and spacious, and the decoration was very grand. The complex magic circle formed an extremely strict defense ban. In the center of the hall, which was dozens of meters wide, there was an altar. The lights were always on, and the sacrifices were continuous. The sacrificial statues were shaped by Anastasia's thoughts. There were two, one large and one small. The small one was a pale nest in yellow clothes, and the big one was a pale knight with a blurred face. The pale layer is the faith that Wayne identified for Anastasia, because she herself knows what her true faith is and who she truly believes in, so there is the pale knight in the center position. You are like this, your condition cannot get better. Wayne spoke slowly, looking at Anastasia, who bowed her head and said nothing, and felt distressed for a moment, struggling whether to allow her to face reality. After thinking about it, forget it. Facing reality will pay a price, and Senna is the best example. Mr. Wayne, it takes a lot of preparation to contact the Dark Goddess. Please wait a moment, it will take about 2 hours, Anastasia apologized. Wayne nodded and understood. In his opinion, the so-called contact with the goddess is actually no different from the angels of the Heavenly Father Church. In the words of his hometown, this is called inviting the gods to possess the body. Because the goddess is of a higher standard and is the ultimate faith of the church, the level is equal to that of the Heavenly Father, so the preparations before inviting the gods are more cumbersome and complicated, and there are more details. Pray devoutly, bathe, burn incense, clean clothes and tidy up the crown. Wash away the filth of the body and the distractions of the mind, and welcome the coming of the goddess with the purest attitude. It only takes 2 hours for so many preparations, which is already very short. There is no 3-day fasting and grand sacrificial activities. Wayne said he can wait. There is one more thing. Anastasia bit her lip and was ashamed to speak. Wayne checked her inner voice and said sympathetically, I will deal with the 2 statues. This is not called blasphemy. You don't have to blame yourself. Seeing that Anastasia didn't speak, Wayne had to say, I will leave the statues and will not take away your faith. You can rest assured about this. Anastasia was pardoned. She went upstairs to bathe, clean her body and mind, and prepare to welcome the Dark Goddess. Wayne shook his head again and again. Evolution is really terrible. He promised to give Anastasia an independent self, and the latter also pursued an independent self, but as time went by, the latter still embarked on this road of no return. This is Anastasia's deepest desire. In a trance, Wayne seemed to see the green dark goddess. A pure passerby, to be honest, if he were the dark goddess, and the magic girl he cultivated was bullied by the tentacle monster, he would definitely find ways to make the tentacle monster pay the price. The contradiction is unsolvable. Especially this magic girl is a saint, the official certified carrier of the dark goddess's descent to the world, the purest existence in the eyes of outsiders, and the actions of the tentacle monster are equivalent to stretching the tentacles into the skirt of the dark goddess. Too bad. Wayne shook his head repeatedly, came to the basement altar alone, opened the portable space, and put the two statues in. At this time, the pale nest was on standby outside the basement. It is Wayne's thinking amplifier and a highly evolved life form. After being highly combined with Wayne, it can cover the entire London with the sound of evolution. The result of indiscriminate sugar giving is predictable, a group of demons dancing wildly. 2 hours later, a black robe came to the basement altar. Under the black robe, the pure flesh of the dark elf is noble and elegant. Usually, because of the unknown and mysterious nature of darkness, it is easy to associate it with terror and evil, so it is endowed with depressing colors such as cruelty, blood, gloom, and pain. Any color that is opposed to light and justice can be described as darkness. This is a color that tolerates negativity. As long as it is bad, no matter where it is bad, it is all over with one word: darkness. The same is true for Anastasia's black-skinned elf form, which combines violence, terror, evil, and lust. It's just because she looks so amazing and has an extraordinary and pure temperament, which makes her dark elf form pure and sacred, and has tolerance for everything. Facts have once again proved that the three views will follow the five senses. Anastasia is beautiful. The darkness she represents is not evil and fear, but awe and tolerance. In order to prevent his presence from causing Anastasia to feel uneasy, Wayne voluntarily exited the basement and merged into the pale lair to suppress his sense of existence to zero. In front of the altar, Anastasia knelt down respectfully, clasped her hands and lowered her head to pray, and muttered words, which were mostly hymns from the Dark Bible. After experiencing 3 failures, Anastasia froze and sensed the presence of the Dark Goddess. Anastasia. The voice of the Dark Goddess sounded in Anastasia's ears, calm and elegant, but also had an unspeakable sense of oppression. Goddess, my mind is corrupting. I can no longer serve as the saint of the Dark Church. I hereby apologize to you. Anastasia narrated according to the script. There is nothing to hide. As a saint, the changes in her body and mind can be noticed by the Dark Goddess only once. In fact, Wayne didn't know if the Dark Goddess had ever visited him. He just suspected that because the possibility was high, he guessed that the Dark Goddess was paying attention to him. If the Dark Goddess didn't know, what he did was equivalent to destroying his family. Anastasia, you have sacrificed a lot for the Church. I allow you to lose your loyalty, and the Dark Kingdom of God will always be open to you. The Dark Goddess murmured, and after a moment, she seemed to realize something, and part of her thoughts poured into Anastasia's body. At first glance, the goddess was also speechless. Being plotted. Calculated by mortal wisdom, the Dark Goddess will definitely regain her position, but she admits that Wayne's life form and advanced life possess advanced wisdom, which cannot be called calculation. This is a game between you and me. There were too many games between the Plastic Sisters, and the Dark Goddess was used to it. After a brief silence, she controlled Anastasia's body to look outside the room. Come in, my knight, you guessed it right, I have been paying attention to you for a long time. At first glance, Anastasia's body and Anastasia's voice are no different from usual ones. Only her temperament is completely different, especially the cold color in her eyebrows, which is full of aloof arrogance. Wayne shook his head slightly when he heard this. As he guessed, Anastasia had contacted the Dark Goddess before. Because Anastasia was no longer trustworthy, the goddess erased this memory. The old problem has been solved, but a new one has come. In the memory erased by the dark goddess, is there anything that is not conducive to him? After learning that the 5 gods were chosen together, no, the power of the 5 gods was stolen at the same time. The dark goddess did not choose to collect the debt. What was the purpose? Wayne stepped into the underground altar, preparing to ask for the answer himself. Wearing yellow clothes, the pale lair came to Anastasia with squirming tentacles. He kept a safe distance and bowed slightly. Great goddess of darkness, your devout believer Wayne is frightened. Seeing the goddess, twice feel honored. A devout believer. The dark goddess smiled slightly. Are you sure? If you are sure that you are a believer in darkness, I will take it seriously. I'm so sure. Wayne straightened up his tentacled body, and a pale voice came from inside the yellow clothes. I am not only your believer, but also a devout believer in the 5 goddesses of nature, sun, moonlight, and death. I believe in each goddess. Then you are so pious. The dark goddess is not mocking anything. This is the path of evolution. For magicians who focus on their faith, their evolution must come to an end. This end point has been specially labeled by the gods. It is safe but restrained, stable but turbulent. The final interpretation is in the hands of the gods. Those who reach the level of a legendary mage will understand this to some extent. At this time, the legendary mage must make a choice. What is the true belief, himself or God? Because of what they have learned throughout their lives, the thinking of legendary mages incorporates too much faith and knowledge. They will choose to serve the gods for their whole lives, and soon they will dispel distracting thoughts and firmly set their future path. Hexagram, cross star, golden triangle. The process of splitting and merging again and again is the layout of the gods to consolidate the basic market. They have already monopolized everything. And those legendary mages who have high self-esteem and desire to control their own destiny, such as the fallen Lord of the Void Marshal and the Free Mage Orb, are unwilling to dedicate everything to the gods, work all their lives, and find other ways for their future. Marshal chose the Void and wanted to make his own way. One slide and the man is gone. The road in the Void was too dangerous and difficult to walk under Marshal's desperate recommendation. Orb chose the relatively safe Hell. There are no gods in Hell. As long as he avoids the high-pressure rule of the 7 demon kings, he can have a promising future. Because he had a better choice, Orb finally gave up on Hell. He found the obelisk of the god of storm and thunder, and prepared to follow the path of storm and thunder again, allowing this faith to reappear in the world and gain a place at the table. One slide and the man is gone. On the physical level, Marshal and Orb failed. On the spiritual level, their spirit of resisting hegemony and monopoly deserves encouragement. They are fighters and march forward bravely for freedom. It's a pity that my life was not good. I failed halfway through starting my business and encountered a cheater. Bashu 69 knew. Especially Orb, he could have succeeded. Not counting Marshal, he should have been completely integrated into the Void. For some reason, he found himself and returned to the chosen continent to lay eggs. Distributing eggs is not a goal, but a means. What he wants is to cut leaks. The number of believers depends on the number of eggs. The more eggs, the more believers. Marshal's behavior is in line with market rules. Let's get back to the point. In the eyes of the Dark Goddess, Wayne's life level destined him to be unable to believe in any god. The Dark Goddess was not surprised by this. Facing Wayne and sensing Wayne's fear, she confirmed that Wayne's power was not as strong as she imagined. An evolving void life form. Because it imitated the ancient gods, it was extremely precious. The Dark Goddess had not spoken for a long time. This meeting was not in her plan. She did not speak, and Wayne had something to say. He took out the prepared lines and tried. Great Dark Goddess, I did not steal your belief. Anastasia's change was just an accident. Because of Togigai, her body mutated uncontrollably. I couldn't bear it. With your kindness, I can definitely understand. Wayne said a lot. The whole article revolved around Anastasia's difficult life and his own charity, focusing on a kind personality. The dark goddess didn't care about this. She had seen all kinds of scenes, and Wayne's self-praise was countless. After talking for a while, Wayne began to find out, "Goddess, I guess Anastasia has told you that I got the power of the 5 chosen knights and integrated these powers into one." Yes, Anastasia's memory confessed everything. The dark goddess said slowly, "Not only do I know everything, but I also know that the other 3 knights know very little. Only I know the lie of the 5 gods' co-election." The dark goddess did not hide anything and sent Wayne a key piece of information. This information could create a time difference for him to get a breather and develop time. Wayne is best at managing time. If he operates it well, he can lick the 3 goddesses of nature, sun, and moonlight very comfortably. At the same time, the dark goddess also expressed another meaning. She knows everything, and the routine of licking the 3 goddesses does not work on her. Goddess, every magician has to make a choice for his future. I seem to have no choice but to choose you. Wayne spoke respectfully, trying to offer cheap loyalty. Why, do you want to become the holy son of the Dark Church? Wayne felt that the dark goddess was asking knowingly, and that this woman pretended to be ignorant, and she was a master of rhetoric. Little did she know that the dark goddess really considered turning him into the holy son. The dark goddess coveted Wayne's body, and she was very eager for this evolutionary path based on the ancient gods. The last time she descended on Anastasia's body, part of her thoughts were polluted, and she could have cleaned it up, but she didn't do so, and chose to isolate it and let it grow wildly. For the goddess, it doesn't matter if some thoughts are gone. If she can get inspiration from it, this wave of investment will be profitable. Anastasia is just Wayne's follower, a secondary evolution, not the origin, and the dark goddess doesn't like it. She wants Wayne's parameters more. If Wayne's information can be obtained through Anastasia, it would be great. If not, choose Wayne to be the son of darkness. She will personally descend into the mind to obtain information, and then cultivate this part of the polluted mind separately. Although there are risks, the loss is acceptable. When you reach the realm of the goddess, every step is extremely difficult. Compared with the greater future, this risk is nothing. She is really ready to choose Wayne to be the son of God. Wayne is not clear about this. Even if he knows, he will refuse. He continues to find out and test the idea of the dark goddess. Goddess, what do you think is life? Is it possible to form the original life alliance? There is already a goddess who has realized it. The dark goddess said slowly, the goddess of nature you believe in has got everything. If she knows your existence, the consequences, you can think about it yourself. Wayne's heart sank. Fortunately he hit it deep, and the other side only knew that the 3 gods had chosen together, and smiled, thank you for your blessing. The goddess of nature doesn't know the truth. I can tell her the truth. What she can give me is more valuable than what you give me. After all, she has gone so far. Then what is she now, the goddess of life? Wayne's eyes lit up. The dark goddess did not answer, still half speaking and half hiding, and it was hard to say how true those words were. Wayne secretly had a headache. This woman was obviously super powerful but overly cautious. Was it only the dark goddess, or were all the goddesses so difficult to deal with? I have a good relationship with the goddess of nature you believe in, but not that close. I will hide the truth for you for a while. In return, I will check your situation regularly to see if the life that integrates the 5 beliefs is as powerful as the goddess of nature. The dark goddess only mentioned the life chosen by the 5 gods, and did not explain the core demands. Still only said half. Wayne frowned slightly. Goddess, what kind of inspection method is it? The dark goddess raised her hand, black light condensed, and her unique dark statue took shape, quietly floating in the air. The statue was covered with a black robe, and its true appearance could not be seen. Its body shape was also very vague, like a rough handmade figure, cheap and not worth collecting. Inject your power into it, that's all. So simple? Wayne is doubtful, not because he suffers from delusions of being persecuted, but because the world is inherently uneven. The more people he comes into contact with, the more he likes Abin. The legendary mage's character is like this, but the god's character, no, the god's divinity. How much better could it be? There must be other plans. Where is it? You don't have to think too much. The path of evolution becomes narrower as it goes up. The first move suppresses the second move. We were once suppressed by the Heavenly Father, but now nature is in the forefront. I help you as a matter of course. WW Diamond Suit TK and Diamond Suit O. The Dark Goddess said, "You got time to ease the conflict, I got the information I wanted, and the interests are common." That makes sense, Wayne nodded. Anastasia will always serve as the saint of the Dark Church. Even if her faith does not belong to me, I still believe in her noble character. Treat her well and do not let down the faith she has dedicated. The corners of the Dark Goddess's lips curled up, and she said with Anastasia's face, "She is your dependent, I cannot restrain her, I am willing to come through her, and I am waiting for an opportunity to meet you, but I didn't expect that we would see you soon." Is this really good? The saint of the Dark Church does not believe in darkness. Is it important? That's right, you are a goddess, you have the final right of interpretation, believe it or not, you have the final say. Wayne nodded, tentatively accepting the answer. I will continue to come through Anastasia in the future. If you are worried, you can ask her to keep the statue. She will be responsible for contacting you as the middleman. The Dark Goddess continued, "There is no need to be wary. You are still too immature now. I just want to observe. I don't want to interfere with your evolution, so I don't use coercive means. That's all." Wayne nodded repeatedly, praising the tolerance of darkness. Having said that, he always felt that the Dark Goddess had other ideas. Today's meeting went unexpectedly smoothly. He did not go into details and chose to get together and part ways. After the Dark Goddess left, Anastasia knelt on the ground dripping with cold sweat, her robe stuck to her body due to sweat, and her body was covered with mathematical formulas such as trigonometric functions, the Pythagorean theorem, parabolas, and hyperbolas. Wayne politely extended his tentacles out of respect to avoid her embarrassment. Although the Dark Saint was good, at this time, Minoko to him was the Dark Goddess. His intuition told him that the Dark Goddess wanted more than just the evolution of the Life Alliance. The real answer lay in Anastasia's erased memory. What exactly is it? You can't covet my body, it's too ridiculous. Wayne was thinking about it when he realized something was wrong with his touch. He looked around speechlessly. The tentacles with self-awareness had already wrapped around the round-shaped Anastasia. The latter closed her eyes tightly and was mentally prepared to devote herself to her faith. You still blame loyalty? Wayne retracted his tentacles speechlessly. I really don't blame him. Anyone with tentacles knows that these little things with no place to place always have their own ideas, and they especially like to get close to magic. Especially magical girls. Although Anastasia has aged a little, she has not been overhauled since leaving the factory. She is indeed a magical girl. Your Majesty the Holy Lady, did you hear the exchange between me and the goddess? Anastasia nodded, feeling quite reluctant to leave the tentacles. She noticed Wayne's speechless gaze, blamed herself, felt ashamed and angry, and felt sad in her heart. Wayne heard the harsh words and hurriedly pushed the patient into the operating room for rescue. 5 minutes later, the patient finally regained his composure. Not ideal, sooner or later you have to play. X2. You will keep the statue. I will come here every half month. If there is nothing important, You don't need to contact me during this period, Wayne ordered. Anastasia nodded weakly. While she was happy, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She couldn't help but said, "What if Lord Delane lets me go over to play cards?" "You can say no to her." Wayne opened his mouth, and when the words came to his lips, he changed his words, "It's up to you, you have your own ideas." After that, he left the basement under Anastasia's eager gaze. 3 seconds later, Wayne returned the same way, returned the two statues to their places, and said unbearably, "This residence is too dilapidated. I will arrange a new home for you in the city. You are a saint of a religion, and you deserve to have a matching home status and quality of life. Be kind to yourself and don't always think about punishing yourself. You have never done anything wrong." After that, he strode away. Anastasia held her heart in her hands and respectfully bid Faith farewell. Then she got up to bathe and change clothes, washing away the residue of darkness, and worshipped the statue of the pale night with a pure heart and body. The statue of the dark goddess stood alone, saved from the sad fate of being swept into the utility room because of the owner's order. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 322. What are you planning on? Wayne drove away from the castle and went straight to Wayne House. On the way, he was still thinking about the conversation with the dark goddess, analyzing it word by word, trying to decipher the other party's true thoughts. The dark goddess didn't give much information. To sum up, the bitch god outside is very dangerous. She is different. She only feels sorry for Wayne. Wayne doesn't believe a word of this nonsense, whether it's threats or inducements. He didn't believe in the dark goddess before, and he doesn't believe it now. But what the dark goddess said is right. The goddesses outside are very dangerous, especially the goddess of nature. The path chosen by the five gods represents life, which coincides with the grand blueprint of the goddess of nature. On the road of evolution, he and nature, the goddess, is a companion. Peers are enemies. Following the cruel and ruthless business war model, advanced hacker attack techniques such as stealing network cables will inevitably appear in the future. Wayne believed that the dark goddess did not tell the Plastic Sisters the secret of the five gods' co-election. Only by eating alone can they be full. Otherwise, there would be too many monks and too little gruel, and the dark goddess would be left with only thin soup. Still the same question, what exactly is this bowl of porridge? Wayne asked himself. The evolutionary path chosen by the five gods points directly to life, is a universe that embraces all things, and is the pursuit of the magician throughout his life. But this was not enough to bring about the end of the dark goddess herself. For fear of exposing her true purpose, she deliberately deleted Anastasia's memory. He raised his hand and touched his beating heart. His greatest value was the Book of Greed, which the dark goddess could not possibly know, followed by the evolution route of the ancient god imitated by the original bloodline. This is a misunderstanding. Ordinary magicians cannot see through the truth, but the dark goddess must know it. Wayne did imitate the ancient god, but he was never of the original bloodline and had no blood relationship at all. Strictly speaking, it was the Book of Greed that plundered the knowledge in the void, allowing him to see the true meaning of life at the initial stage of his journey to magic. All life comes from void. Because the ancient god is the most powerful being in the void, he becomes more and more like the ancient god, and because of the plug in the Book of Greed, he can imitate the ancient god perfectly. No, this is just my wishful thinking. I can only see so much, so I have this idea. Wayne murmured to himself that the dark goddess' vision was undoubtedly much higher than his. Looking down from a high position, she could see the blind spots that he couldn't see. His evolution may be more advanced, and because he is exactly the same, he is considered by the goddess to be an ancient god. It's a coincidence. Wayne thought of the information revealed by the dark goddess. The Heavenly Father was at the forefront of evolution, surpassing the five major goddesses. The painting style of the angels pointed directly at the descendants of the ancient gods. The Heavenly Father's evolutionary route is that of the ancient gods, which may have succeeded, declaring the evolution of the Life Alliance to be a complete failure, causing the Life Alliance to collapse from within, and the Plastic Sisters to separate and go their separate ways. Now, the goddess of nature is also leading the way, doubling the pressure on the other four goddesses. As a result, he, a weak ancient god, immediately attracted the strong attention of the dark goddess. That's not right. Even if the Life Alliance collapses, the overall framework is still right. The Alliance's pursuit is not wrong. Life should be like this, and the universe should accommodate all things. Because the goddess of nature blocked the way, the darkness found another way and chose the same path as the Father. No, this road is also blocked by Heavenly Father. Oh, there is more than one ancient God. Heavenly Father has blocked one road, but there is another way to go. Wayne muttered various analyses, and roughly confirmed that the dark goddess really wanted his body, and the lie about the five gods co-selecting her was just to make him relax his vigilance. Updated question: how did the dark goddess obtain his evolution and risk being contaminated by him? You can't say that. After all, she is a goddess. She has been at the top for so many years, and her own strength is unfathomable. She must have a way to maintain her independence. So, when will she come? Wayne couldn't help but wonder, if his flesh and blood desecrated the mind and body of the goddess, what would the latter look like, and whether the latter would be as unstoppable as Senna and Anastasia. Because this topic was too blasphemous and disrespectful, Wayne was eager to try it. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He wished he could chat with the dark goddess in person. He rebelled in the world and committed blasphemy in the kingdom of God. Alston's evaluation of him was full of rebellion and was very objective and fair. That's not right. The goddess's vision is so high that she doesn't look down on the body polluted by me. She only wants the original evolution. That's me. She wants to seize the body. It's still wrong. If you want to take her body, take it now. There is no need to give me time to grow. She is a goddess, not a devil. She will not be arrogant enough to increase her strength. At the end of Wayne's analysis, his originally clear thinking became a mess. The only thing that can be confirmed is that he does not have much time to develop and must become stronger as soon as possible. The black limousine parked at Wayne's house. It was already early in the morning, and the housekeeper, Fula, had not rested yet. After seeing Wayne, she served a prepared late-night snack. "Fura, you don't have to make a special trip to wait for me. Take a good rest. Your health is the most important thing," Wayne ordered, and then said, "You may not believe it, but the Landau family has rebelled recently, and it has achieved some success. The Queen's Palace, Austin, can come and go anywhere." Fola smiled slightly and only listened to the first half of the sentence. He believed it. The Landau family's rebellion was successful and they replaced the Windsor family as the new masters of the country. However, the second half of the sentence was too outrageous. He thought the master was talking nonsense. There was no rebellion, it was the daily rumors that smeared Austin. "So, your healthy body is more important than anything else. I need you to take charge of a larger family business in the future." Wayne finished his midnight snack, took the napkin and wiped his mouth. "Contact Megan tomorrow and ask her to pick a manor from the royal property, preferably in the West District, and transfer it to my name. I will lend it to a friend to live in." "Another wife?" Fla looked at Wayne worriedly, tangled for a while, and reminded, "Master, you too, take care of your health." You must have misunderstood something. Master, is your friend a woman?" "Although she is a woman, there is no such relationship, Fla, you have to believe me." "Master, I understand." "You better understand." Wayne muttered, suffering injustice, being misunderstood as a scumbag with a chaotic private life, not to mention how wronged he was. He got up and went upstairs, passing by Willie's room, pushed open the door and didn't see the crime scene. Just as he was wondering where the person had gone, he saw the door of the master bedroom open, and stretched out a hand to hook him. How ridiculous! The master bedroom is Chris's room. How can you be such a good sister? Wayne was furious and rushed into the master bedroom to teach Willie a lesson for an hour. After the others had a slap, he calmed down and started to practice. On October 5th, he went on a date with Willie in the morning and taught Veronica a lesson in the afternoon. On October 6th, he went on a date with Veronica in the morning and taught Mona a lesson in the afternoon. On October 7th, he went on a date with Mona in the morning and taught Willie a lesson in the afternoon. On October 8th, Wayne, how can you always be obsessed with beauty? Do you remember that you are being stared at by the goddess? Do you remember your determination to practice well? If you don't sweat today, you will bleed tomorrow. You can't go on like this. Cheer up quickly, otherwise you will be locked in the basement by the goddess sooner or later. On October 9th, he went on a date with Odelia in the morning and continued to teach Willie in the afternoon. Willie stayed at Wayne's house and enjoyed Chris's happiness. She won. As the saying goes, hands loud louds. Resources are limited. Under the distribution, if some people are full, others will naturally go hungry. Chris and Philomena are like this. They haven't even had a mouthful of millet porridge these days, and they are increasingly dissatisfied with Delane, who is addicted to playing cards. They know that if they don't drink millet porridge, someone must have drunk it. But Delane won't let them leave. He is angry and usually waits for Wayne to come to him. Stop gambling, stop it, you haven't beaten him once. Wayne has been missing these days. God knows if he has a new girlfriend. Anastasia can't bear it anymore and is drafting a resignation letter to resign from the position of the Saint of the Dark Church. Since Delane came to London, there has been no news from the Moonlight Church. This makes Chris and Philomena suspicious. They suspect that their knight is an undercover sent by the hostile church, and uses the reason of anger to drive the knight's successor to other churches. Delane also realized this. After not seeing Wayne for a few days, this guy must be busy with other girlfriends. But if she took the initiative to find him now, wouldn't she lose face? No, even if it was out of anger, she had to win once. Commercial Street, Wayne Detective Agency. Mona sent away Sarah, a senior spy of Frank's intelligence agency, and called the little mustache to ask him to come to the door to receive the task. Windsor's Mi-6 and Frank's intelligence agency directly connected, eliminating the possibility of middlemen making a profit, and also saving the boss a lot of time. The boss can use the saved time to accompany the secretary. Mona pushed open the office door with a little snicker, closed the door and flipped her hand to create a soundproof barrier. Mona, don't do this, you are a pure nun, you can't, oh, you didn't get under the table this time. Wayne looked at the secretary in confusion. In broad daylight, why didn't you get under the table, why didn't you get close to the philtrum, and did you still want to make progress? Mona pushed her glasses, looked at Wayne with disdain, and reluctantly sat on his lap. Boss, there is news from St. Paul's Cathedral that a delegation from the Papal States will arrive in London in the near future. The mood was so good that it did not affect the two people's work discussion. The Papal States delegation. Wayne was surprised. What are they doing here and who are they looking for? The Queen is still the Landau family, the current head of the family. Is the news spreading so fast? The news of the Landau family's purge of the court has spread, and it is still brewing in the upper echelons of London. Once Austen takes over the power from Queen Sophia, the news will be allowed to spread completely. Of course, for the ignorant lower class, the Queen is still the Queen, but there is an invisible prince who is not allowed to see the light around her. Not sure. With the intelligence capabilities of the Papal States, they should know about the changes in Windsor. Mona said, "You are a reincarnated angel. The envoys of the Papal States will definitely discuss faith matters with you. Have you thought about what to do, boss? Agree to the expansion of the Heavenly Father Church and regain the status of the world that once dominated the world in Windsor, or continue to implement the Queen's strategy and suppress the Heavenly Father Church and not allow its power to expand?" Wayne secretly said that he had a headache. Rebellion was fun for a while, but subsequent problems continued. It just so happened that Austin couldn't solve this problem, so he had to come forward. He patted his butt and asked, "When will the delegation arrive in London? Will they follow the official process or sneak in secretly? Who will be the leader?" It is said that it is divided into two teams. The official side is following the process, and the Papal States is in contact with Windsor to discuss the specific time of the mission. Mona said, privately, several special envoys will arrive in London in advance. The number of people is small. They are the core figures of the mission and determine the time when the mission officially arrives in London and the topics to be discussed at that time. The large-scale meeting will go through the process, and the real decision on the result of the meeting has been made through the small meeting. Mona said, "Boss, you have met the leader of the mission at the Cathedral of Our Lady of Lousel. Archibald, the Pope's envoy, came to London, and he must have the Pope's instruction." Archibald. Wayne nodded, and the face of the handsome guy appeared in his mind. In terms of appearance, this is the male version of Senna and Philomena, the ceiling of male appearance. In Wayne's impression, the only handsome guy of the same level is Kerr, the tank driver with a strange aesthetic. "Boss, Archibald came on behalf of the Pope and will definitely discuss faith issues with you." Mona looked at the face close at hand, with piety and deep affection in her eyes. "Let me think." October 12, London Airport. The blonde and blue-eyed man in a suit walked off the plane. His handsome appearance made several women around him fascinated. Because it was London, their husbands couldn't help but take a few more glances. Archibald was not angry at these offensive looks. He responded with an elegant and calm smile. He randomly selected one of the couples to express his goodwill and ignored the other. Wherever he passed, the conflicts between couples intensified. Next to him was the slightly petite nun Titus. Archibald was slender, and Titus, who was only 1.6 meters tall, was too delicate compared to him. She was carrying two large suitcases. The height difference was particularly lovely. Soon, several men in black came forward, introduced themselves, and respectfully invited Archibald and Titus to get on the black limousine. The car did not drive to St. Paul's Cathedral. This is Windsor. The current policy is not favorable to the Holy See. In order to show respect for the new royal family, the Pope's envoy chose to keep a low profile. Being low-key has its advantages, which is convenient for doing things at night. Half an hour later, the car stopped at a high-end hotel. In the private room on the 6th floor, Archibald met the target person of this trip. "Mr. Wayne, we meet again." Archibald's smile was harmonious, which made people feel like spring breeze. He was a young man with a warm atmosphere. Because of his outstanding appearance and high position at a young age, Wayne couldn't help but contact the hell joke of the Holy See. Is there a possibility that the church is a firm nun on the surface, but in fact it is not averse to little boys? "Mr. Archibald, it's nice to see you in London." The two shook hands, and Wayne glanced at Sister Titus, whose eyebrows were clear and exquisite, less ignorant than when they first met, and immediately showed a meaningful smile. Titus lowered his head, and the tip of his ears turned red. Archibald also smiled in the same way, but the effect was average. Mona neither blushed nor bowed her head, and her fall was very honest. She didn't think it was a fall. What does serving angels have to do with fall? It's faith. Many nuns have no chance to do this even if they kneel down. "Sister Mona, you are more beautiful." Archibald patted his buttocks. Titus came forward and placed two large suitcases on the desk. After opening them, they were filled with the goodwill of the Pope. Wayne glanced at it and didn't appreciate the gift immediately. He patted his buttocks, and Mona next to him accepted the two suitcases. "Mr. Wayne, I heard. Too tired, you call me Wayne, I call you Archibald, it's not the first time we meet, there's no need to be so unfamiliar," Wayne said straightforwardly. Archibald smiled slightly. "Wayne, I heard that the most authentic French food is in Windsorendam. Can you let me see it tonight?" "Sure, I will book the whole place to arrange a candlelight dinner for you and Sister Titus. I am being watched by too many eyes and cannot accompany you. I hope you can understand my difficulties." Wayne apologized deeply. He was a little embarrassed by the generous gift. "It doesn't matter. Your current status is indeed different. When can I change my address to His Royal Highness?" "Ha ha ha. Archibald is very good at talking." He unknowingly shortened the distance. After a round of business exaggeration, he said bluntly, "Wayne, I won't stay in Lendham for too long. If I can give the Pope a satisfactory answer today, I can take time to travel in the next few days." Faith. On the one hand, what do you think about the predicament of the Heavenly Father Church in Windsor? The suppression is too harsh. It's time to relax. Wayne has the title of reincarnated angel, so he must give the Heavenly Father Church some sweetness, and Windsor should indeed usher in a wave of upgrades now. Nature, moonlight, and darkness have all expanded their power, and death also has a death knight sitting in the death. There is nothing wrong with the Heavenly Father Church upgrading. Even from the perspective of balance, the Heavenly Father Church should be allowed to emerge. And the Sun Church? Buy early and enjoy early, buy late and get discounts, don't buy and get free gifts. The Sun Church will win this time. The Pope will be very happy to hear this news." Archibald did not say much about the topic of faith. He had something else to care about. He said solemnly, "Mr. Wayne, to be honest, the Pope suspects that there is another reincarnated angel in London." "You finally found it?" Wayne raised his eyebrows. "Do you have any clues? Can you find the other party?" "I don't know. You haven't found it in London for so long, not to mention us who are far away in the Papal States." Archibald shook his head slightly, and then said, "The Pope hopes that you can find this angel who has lost his memory. The mystery of this war is too big. The Pope has had several nightmares. Every time, the gate of hell has opened. There is not much time left for us to open it in the human world." At the mention of the gate of hell, Mona's expression changed, her eyes filled with disgust, and Wayne's expression also changed accordingly. No matter how much dark history the Heavenly Father Church has, whether angels really represent justice, the hell side is definitely evil. He frowned and said, "Archibald, you also said that I didn't notice it in London for so long. As a true reincarnated angel, I'm afraid I won't be able to complete this task. There is a golden rule Bible in the gift. You can try it more." Archibald didn't have much choice. "It's too dangerous. What if someone is killed?" Wayne frowned. "The angel's golden rule in the Bible is as dangerous as the knight's artifact. Ordinary people cannot withstand the test. If you find the wrong person, you will end up dead." Archibald shook his head. Compared to the disaster sweeping the entire world, the Pope is willing to sacrifice some people. In addition, the reincarnated angel has been in the world for a long time. It should show the appearance of an angel and check carefully. No tragedy will happen as you imagine. In addition, the Pope asked me to convey a request to you. Frank's Paris has been very uneasy recently, and the smell of the devil is getting stronger and stronger. In the Pope's dream, Paris is the place where the door to hell is opened the most times. Archibald said, "Several angels are already preparing to go to Paris to investigate. Have you considered participating?" "I would like to, but the headless horseman is still squatting there." Wayne shook his head regretfully. I can't leave London now. When I find the reincarnated angel, maybe he can go to Paris to assist in the investigation. After thinking about it, Wayne provided a piece of information. Some time ago, London was invaded by demons from hell. They came from Paris, and the Death Knight was also involved. The masters of the three familiars are the Blood Tyrant, the Night Tyrant, and the Abyss Spider Queen. There is more than one devil entrenched in Paris. Please tell the Pope, don't take action easily if you are not completely sure. The two discussed the situation of Paris. Archibald obtained a lot of precious information and secretly said that the trip was worthwhile. Wayne was also very satisfied. If a few reincarnated angels could capture the underground tomb, he would not have to face the inhumane. The first night. The Pope has another question. Archibald looked at Wayne and asked doubtfully, there are too many churches that support the Landau family and are very close to the goddess's chosen knights. Is there any explanation here? You, a reincarnated angel, why are you so close to the chosen knight if you don't play with angels? Playing cards. Tell the Pope that I have my own thoughts, which are related to the faith of the entire God's chosen continent. I can't say it clearly now. Wayne shook his head and pretended to be mysterious. Wayne, this makes it difficult for me to reply to the Pope. Just give me any reason. I'm just an errand boy. Don't make it too difficult for me, Archibald said with a bitter smile. Let's just say that I am planning to break into the Life Alliance. It has already had a certain effect. Maybe I can really disintegrate them from the inside, Wayne said perfunctorily. Well, I personally suggest that you target the devil and hell, be it the Life Alliance, Death, or the Dark Church. They are just remnants of the era and cannot be considered real enemies, Archibald said. You can't say that. What if they join forces with the Demon King? Okay, if you insist, I will reply to the Pope like this. The two chatted for a long time in the private room. After enjoying afternoon tea, Wayne took Mona and left. Archibald stood in front of the window, looking at the River Tame not far away, with golden light surging in his eyes. Heaven's blood. Dragon Kingdom. Wayne, did you get these powers? Archibald murmured, with a flash of envy in his eyes. He had wanted these things for a long time, but it was a pity that Wayne had completed his rebellion. Presumably, the blood of heaven and the kingdom of dragons have been taken away by Wayne, completing the angel's complete transformation. Of course, exceptions are not excluded. After all, the secrets Wayne knows are limited. The real secret treasure may still be there. Titus, I'm going out tonight. You dress up like me and go to the theater to pick up girls, but you're not allowed to bring them back, let alone kiss them. Do you understand? You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 323. Windsor Castle, Royal Borough. Located on the south bank of the Thames River, about 40 kilometers from Lendham, Windsor is one of the largest and oldest castles in the chosen continent. It has a certain strategic significance in terms of geographical location. It is now a royal palace and one of the king's administrative residences. Queen Sophia likes to vacation here. No, she likes to work here. Vacation, by the way. The castle has a large building area, a wide range of architectural styles, a strong historical heritage and artistic atmosphere, and a unique charm. Windsor Castle is open to the public in some areas, and most areas are strictly prohibited from entering. In some places, even members of the royal family must apply to the Queen in advance and are allowed to enter only after obtaining a signed authorization. For example, the famous St. George's Church. The white marble is magnificent and solemn, the spire is soaring into the sky, and the symmetrical geometric shape is very neoclassical. It is magnificent and gives people a sense of sacredness and inviolability. The columns and reliefs inside the church are exquisitely designed, and the overall luxury is extremely luxurious, especially the golden murals made of gold, which have extremely high artistic achievements. As we all know, the Windsor royal family and the Heavenly Father Church are not on good terms. The two sides have been fighting for many years and both want to stab each other to death. In Windsor Castle, there is a St. George's Church, and the Knights of the Holy Light are stationed there for many years. The leader of the Knights of the Holy Light, Herman, is loyal and is one of the two legendary wizards most trusted by Queen Sophia. Unlike the two five guys in the Ministry of Magic, Yvette and Herman are very loyal. Even if the Landau family is now in charge, the two are only loyal to the Queen. Austen and others can work for them. The reason for the two to comfort themselves is that Austen is very good to Queen Sophia and is a qualified prince. The prince is the Queen's legal husband, and it is not shameful to be loyal to the prince. The royal family attaches great importance to St. George's Church not only because of the Knights of the Holy Light and a trustworthy leader, but also because St. George's Church is the mausoleum of royal family members. In the past few hundred years, monarchs of all dynasties have been buried here after their death. For example, Prince Douglas, who died of illness for many years, has his grave here. They are obviously mortal enemies. They curse fiercely, but their bodies are honest. They will not let each other go even if they die. It's outrageous. But if the Windsor royal family has the blood of heaven flowing in their bodies, everything can be explained. The Windsor royal family, I am the descendant of angels, the old Heaven's Cross flag. What kind of stuff are you, the Heavenly Father Church? You are servants who work for my ancestors. Without my ancestors, you beggars would have starved to death long ago. You still want to ride on my head and bully me. Dream on. At this time, the sun sets and the bright moon is hanging. The lights inside and outside the church are brightly lit. A team of guards in white robes patrols back and forth. Because of the heavy losses caused by the previous devil attack, the head of the group, Herman, has strengthened the night patrol. In the castle, the flag is flying, with a red cross on a white background, which has a deep connection with St. George's Church. There is such a legend on the chosen continent that the Heavenly Father's knight St. George killed a dragon, and the dragon's blood flowed on the ground to form a red cross pattern, which is the origin of St. George's cross. By the way, the Union Jack in Windsor is a combination of the St. George cross, X, and the St. Andrew cross, which is the national flag of the United Kingdom. As for St. George himself, he has a very high status in the world, but how high is it? I can only say that those who understand will understand, and those who don't understand can refer to the second master. St. George, the second master, is simple and clear, and now everyone understands. Coincidentally, Wayne's stage name is also George. In the monster movie King Kong, the character he played is named George. It was originally just a coincidence. The script was written by director Wallace. Because the name George is a common name in Windsor, similar to Zhang Wei, he chose this name on a whim. Looking back, Wayne took Austen to clear the court, and the royal power was all owned by the loyal Landau family. I can only say that everything is arranged by fate. The wind tonight is quite noisy. There was a heavy rain last night, and the Windsor Castle is far away from the city. The air visibility is very high, and the wave traces of the flags are visible to the naked eye. Archibald walked into St. George's Church in a black suit. He was a cautious man, so he changed his makeup and changed his blonde hair and blue eyes to black hair and black pupils. If he was discovered, he would frame the devil. Anyway, the devil has too many debts, so he doesn't need a little dirty water on him. The change in appearance did not affect Archibald's friendly temperament. His long black hair was tied behind his head, and he smiled warmly and looked elegant. His gentlemanly behavior made the patrolling knights ignore him subconsciously. He is a good man. What bad intentions can a good person have? No need to check, just let him go. Archibald walked and smiled all the way, and he was not harassed at all along the way. In the inner hall of the church, he saluted respectfully and explained his purpose of coming tonight. Seeing that the cross had no objection, he slowly moved forward and went deep into the core area of St. George's Church. This place is heavily guarded. 4 members of the knights wearing white robes with golden cross patterns are silent and motionless. Around them, dozens of knight statues hold swords in both hands. The knight's leader Herman is in charge of this place in person. A legendary wizard, 4 golden wizards, dozens of magic statues, and magic traps all over the ground. It can be said to be impregnable, not even a fly can fly in. Archibald walked among the statues, smiling at this and that, relying on his personal charm. He avoided the inspection procedures and interrogation, and successfully came to Herman. Herman frowned, stared at the empty front, and asked around, "Have you seen anyone, or any strange smell?" The 4 knights shook their heads at the same time, saying they saw nothing, and advised the leader to relax a little. He should not be suspicious all day long just because the church was attacked by the devil once before. "Maybe I am under too much pressure." Herman smiled bitterly and shook his head, ignoring Archibald who passed by him, and said helplessly, "Compared with the Queen, the pressure on me is nothing." "Is it Austin who is talking about the pressure on the Queen?" X4. The 4 knights were imagining, and some of their thoughts were tampered with. At this time, they were somewhat confused. They smiled at each other and showed a smile that everyone understood. Archibald passed by Herman and wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead. "It's a close call. My current charm is too low. It's more than enough to deal with the Golden Mage, but it's still a little short of strength to deal with the legendary mage. I was almost discovered by him just now. I hope the secret treasure here can make my strength reach a higher level." As he spoke, Archibald's back disappeared without a trace. "Assholes, what are you for doing flirting with each other?" Herman pointed at the 4 knights and cursed, scolding, "How many times have I said that we, the Holy Light Knights, are only loyal to the Queen? You'd better restrain your thoughts. If I catch you, go to the kitchen to peel potatoes." "Master, you are dazzled. We are not flirting with each other." "Yes, Master Herman, you must be too stressed and too tired." "Maybe." Herman sighed and turned to the lounge. "You watch first, I'll go over to drink some water." Ignoring the 4 men who were about to light a cigarette, Herman walked faster and faster towards the lounge. When he arrived at the door of the lounge, he almost ran in. Herman was sweating profusely, and his previous look of fatigue was gone. "Who is that person? Why did a living person break into the church's forbidden area?" The magic band did not react, and no one saw him. The legendary wizards all had excellent acting skills, and the honest man Herman also had a good acting skill. Based on the experience of being infiltrated by the devil last time, he analyzed that the mysterious man was also a devil. He did not get angry on the spot, pretending to be ignorant, and after deceiving the mysterious man, he came to the lounge, activated the magic crystal, and contacted the Ministry of Magic headquarters as soon as possible. "There is a devil in St. George's Church, please mobilize troops quickly." At this time, the Windsor royal family was not a big deal. Except for the Queen and the Princess, who were somewhat beautiful, the rest were not worth mentioning. In sharp contrast, it was the Landau family with strong soldiers and horses. Herman thought of Prince/Deputy Minister Austin at the first time, hoping to send one of the 2 Knights of Darkness and Death to support. If possible, it would be best if both knights came together. Ministry of Magic headquarters, Minister's office building. In the office, Austin was working hard. The left side was full of processed documents, and the right side was full of unprocessed documents. It can be seen that not everyone can do the job of a king. Opposite was Queen Sophia, who was holding a cup of black tea and savoring it carefully. Looking at the busy Austen, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. How about it? It feels very happy to be the boss. Sophia was not in Buckingham Palace tonight. She was afraid of meeting Wayne and Elaine, who were eating and drinking for free. Eating and drinking for free is not terrible. What is terrible is that when you are well fed and clothed, you will think about lust. Next, she is going to be a freeloader. As I said before, the queen and widow and defeated and father's ex-girlfriend and other multiple attributes. Wayne just likes chewy ones, so he has to be on guard. In comparison, Austen is simply a gentleman. Sophia tried several times, and she was almost wearing a pair of white gloves, but was ignored and coldly rejected by Austen. She did not give up. Tonight, she specially picked a short skirt and matched it with stockings to try to awaken Austen's memory of more than 20 years of death. It was a night of thunder and lightning, with howling winds outside and bang! The door opened, interrupting Sophia's memories. She pressed the hem of her skirt and looked over hurriedly. The person who came was Deputy Minister Yvette, who had returned to the image of a 50-year-old woman, well-dressed and quite dignified. Yvette, what are you doing here? Sophia looked embarrassed and blamed Yvette for not knocking on the door. Although there was nothing, what if there was something? Queen. Hello, okay, what is that? Yvette looked at Sophia's appearance with shame, secretly thinking that she was incompetent. If she could complete the task, the queen would not have endured the humiliation and come out in person. The absurd thought flashed through her mind, and Yvette hurriedly explained her purpose. Herman urgently reported that a demon broke into St. George's Chapel in Windsor Castle, and Deputy Minister Austen was needed to send reinforcements. St. George's Chapel. A flash of surprise flashed in Austen's eyes, and he subconsciously looked at Sophia. Why did the demon go to St. George's Chapel? The container of the 7 demon kings had been destroyed. Are there other secrets of the royal family hidden there? The two had been kings and ministers for many years, and they had a tacit understanding of each other. Austen looked at her, and Sophia knew what he was asking. Sophia didn't say anything, but looked down at her long legs wrapped in black silk. If the royal family had other trump cards, would she wear this indecent dress? Although it was really beautiful. Austen understood it in a second, and stopped asking questions at the moment, and picked up the phone next to him and called. According to Herman, the demon is powerful, and ordinary legendary wizards are not opponents. The chosen knights must be dispatched to take it down. Austen didn't want the Dark Knight to arrive at Windsor Castle right after he left, causing the Queen to guess his identity and call Wayne directly. He couldn't contact Wayne himself. Everyone took care of the small trash can. God knows how many nests he had in London. God knows who the little bird was clinging to tonight. The person he contacted on the phone was the housekeeper Frat. No one knew how to contact Wayne, only Frat. After the call was dialed, Sophia pricked up her ears, wanting to hear the secrets of the Landau family. The effect was average. Austen used secret words throughout the phone call, and the illogical word combinations made Sophia and Yvette extremely helpless. After hanging up the phone, Austen sat back and said calmly, "It's okay. The devil's mission has been outsourced to the Death Knight. With him taking action, we can just wait for news. This is sure." The Death Knight opened his mouth, and the card was huge. Sophia was extremely envious. She had so many trump cards at the beginning, so there was no need to play with balance, she could just push flat and it would be over. Thinking of this, she gave it to Yvette with a look, telling Yvette to go back and work overtime. It's time to work hard. On the other side, Wayne was treating people at his secretary's house. Just halfway through the treatment, the harsh phone suddenly rang. "Who is this? You're so unethical at night. Don't you know that the fertility rate in Windsor has been declining year after year?" Wayne secretly said something bad, pulled away, and picked up the phone in annoyance. "Listen to me, oh, Yes, I'm at Secretary Mona's house tonight. In fact, the housekeeper Fula doesn't know how to contact Wayne. Under normal circumstances, he chooses not to contact him and waits for him to go home after spending enough time outside. In an emergency, Furla will contact Secretary Mona. In the entire Lundam, only Mona can contact Wayne in the shortest time. Because of that master-servant contract with the Golden Rule Bible as guarantor. Okay, I understand. If you go to bed early tonight, I won't go back. Wayne hung up the phone with a solemn expression. Boss, what happened? You look so ugly, Mona asked elegantly. Wayne patted his head. There is a new devil in London. It is in St. George's Chapel in Windsor Castle. Maybe the royal family is still studying the devil's container, so they lured the devil there. Mona stood up immediately and looked for clothes to put on Wayne. What are you doing? Go to St. George's and destroy the devil. Devils are indeed very important, but angels can't be let go either. You go about your business. I'll make a call and outsource the task of destroying the devils to others. Other people. Moon Knight. Wayne pushed Mona back to her original position and said calmly, with Delian's strength, it's not easy to deal with a devil. Let's just wait for the news. This is sure. But boss, devils are all egoists and will never do anything that is not beneficial. If there is any treasure hidden in St. George's Church and the task is handed over to the Moonlight Knight, wouldn't your treasure be made easier for outsiders? Mona said vaguely. That's right, I still have to go. Wayne secretly said it was reasonable and dialed Philomena's home phone number. Let Delane deal with the devil, who then thanks nature for its gift. Jingle bell bell. The phone rang in the high priest's manner. The 5 people at the card table were all stunned. Deed, one of the twins, stood up and came to the phone. Verna, if it's Wayne, tell him that I have found a better poker partner. Even if he kneels down and begs me now, I will not play cards with him. Delane's voice came from behind the chips. In the past few days when Wayne was away, she went on a killing spree, and several times she couldn't help but happily overturn the table. I'm not Verna, she is. Deed corrected himself in his mind without saying it out loud, and answered the phone. This is, Mr. Wayne, it's really you. When they heard it was Wayne, Chrissy and Philomena looked over one after another. They stayed up late playing cards for several days in a row, and they felt like they had poker faces. Especially Chris, she felt numb all over and wanted to recommend Willie over. She was not at home these days, and Willie must have eaten enough. If I guessed correctly, she must have worn her clothes and used her bed. Okay, I understand, I will tell Master Delian. Deed hung up the phone. Verna, why is Wayne calling me? Mr. Wayne said there is a devil, Windsor Castle, St. George's Church, I hope you will rush there as soon as possible. He owes you a favor and will play cards with you another day, Deed said. Why doesn't he go? Mr. Wayne was running at night. He said he would rush there after he finished running. Deed curled his lips and said in disgust. You're running around at night, you're clearly messing around outside. Running at night, does he still have this hobby? Delane didn't understand why. No one explained it, and she didn't think much about it. She stood up from behind the tall chips and said, it's interesting. Although I'm not interested in the devil, it's good to move my hands and feet occasionally. Philomena nodded repeatedly, and Chris stood up to see them off. The two of them looked at Delane eagerly, waiting for this moment for too long. What are you two doing? Do you think you can escape secretly if I leave? Delane sneered again and again. I'm telling you, there is no door. Just wait here and I will continue when I come back. She didn't say anything, she was a little tired of it, and her poker friends were having fun. She kept playing poker and winning, and it was not interesting at all. She was going to catch Wayne over to play cards tonight. It's not that she has a masochistic constitution, but it's to prove to herself that she has been lucky in poker recently, and she will definitely be able to avenge her past humiliation and vindicate her own poker skills. Lord Delane, I really can't play cards with you anymore. I know Wayne. He hasn't shown up. He must have been seduced by a female magician from another church. Chris sighed faintly and counted on her fingers, for example, the Church of Nature, the Church of the Sun, and possibly the Church of the Father. Who knows? After all, he is so good at making girls happy. So what? All these people combined are not as pretty as you and Philomena. You are destined to be losers. Delane didn't care. She felt ashamed of Philomena's face. As long as Wayne was not blind, he would know how to choose. Lord Delane, thank you for your praise, but have you ever thought that there is a female magician whose appearance is no worse than mine? Philomena, who had received further training, took over the topic. Who is so powerful? The saint of the dark church? A string of question marks floated across Delane's mind. He looked at Philomena like a fool. Seeing that she was serious and didn't mean to joke, he was so happy that he slapped the table and said, I was just joking, but you took it seriously. I know Anastasia. Let's put it this way, if she has sex with Wayne, I will eat all these chips. Delane patted his chest and guaranteed that she didn't trust Wayne, but she believed in Anastasia. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Philomena was silent. Although Moonlight Knight was not as good as her and Chris, he did have a good brain. With this IQ, he was not as good as she was before. A new chain of contempt appeared. On the side, Chris had already started to sort out the chips. Delane rolled his eyes. Chris, what are you doing? Put away the chips so that Lord Delane can enjoy them later. Who are you looking down on? Anastasia is not that kind of person. Okay, you want to bet with me, right? I'm not trying to scare you. I've never lost a bet, I've only lost a few times. Delane sneered, you two have successfully attracted my interest. I accept this bet. I swear in the name of the goddess that if Anastasia and Wayne have any relationship in the future, I owe you two a wish. As long as it is within my ability, I will never refuse you. Lord Delane, do we have to make the same oath? No, it's a sure bet. I'm just teaching you a lesson. I don't intend to take advantage of you. Delane waved his hand, feeling very happy. You're quite nice. Chris and Philomena rolled their eyes at the same time. After spending a few days together, they had a good impression of Delane. Moonlight Knight was not arrogant, and his personality had nothing to do with her cold and ruthless face. A very casual person, carefree and informal, he could be friends with ordinary people. Of course, this ordinary person was not just anyone, like Philomena and Chris. They had a relationship with Wayne, and the bonus of teacher-student status could bring fun to Delane's boring life. In short, putting aside the facts and ignoring Delane's shortcomings, she had all the advantages. Listen, the four of you wait at home, don't go anywhere, wait for me to catch Wayne, and you will be witnesses. I will definitely win all his chips tonight. Delane asked Didwin for a cup of black tea, and she replied immediately. Lord Delane, remember not to give Wayne time to run at night. Keep a close eye on him and make sure to catch him back, Philomena reminded. What's wrong with running at night? It's weird. He likes running at night. I can just run with him back, Delane muttered as he walked out of the manor. You really don't understand at all. Restarting the Myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 324. Windsor Castle, St. George's Church. Herman stood at his post with an expressionless face. 15 minutes had passed since he contacted the Ministry of Magic headquarters. He felt every second as if it were an eternity, and was extremely anxious. Why haven't the reinforcements come yet? Where are the Dark Knights and the Death Knights? They ran faster than anyone else during the rebellion, but why did the devil disappear as soon as he came? Have they left London? Talk about reinforcements, reinforcements are coming. A woman in a white suit appeared in Herman's sight, with silver hair, silver eyes, and elegant lips. She was as cold as a piece of ice, keeping people away from her. Herman immediately held his breath and concentrated. He felt a huge pressure from the visitor. Although the latter had no breath at all, at first glance, she looked no different from an ordinary person, but she easily passed through the magic band without triggering any alarms. Entering the heavily guarded Windsor Castle was as easy as shopping. How could she be an ordinary person? Herman Mueller, the legendary wizard of the Windsor Ministry of Magic and the leader of the Holy Light Knights, are you the reinforcements sent by Deputy Minister Austin? Herman saluted respectfully. The 4 members of the Knights of the Golden Master level didn't know what happened yet, staring at each other, not understanding why they would ask for help from the headquarters when everything was calm. Is the leader under so much pressure that he has hallucinations? X4. Delian saluted back and said coldly, I received a call from the prince. A devil broke into St. George's Church. Confirm, is it here? Yes. Herman straightened his back and asked curiously, Sir, the prince you are referring to is Prince Edward. Who is that? Oh, it turned out to be Prince Wayne. Leave the devil inside to me. Just be careful to guard the door and don't let the devil escape from other places. Delane stepped past Herman and stepped towards the church's forbidden area. Sir, do you really not need help? If you help the devil, my chances of winning will be even greater. Delian did not even turn his head, and before Herman could ask about his identity, his figure disappeared from his sight. 2 minutes later, Wayne, who had done his job in a hurry, finally arrived. He did not transform into a Death Knight, but wore a black suit, which was low-key, luxurious, and meaningful, and dressed like a member of the royal family on an incognito visit. Mr. Wayne, why are you here? Herman asked in surprise. I came to collect the devil's body, and by the way, check what is inside St. George's Church that attracts the devil. Wayne smiled slightly, and the subtext made Herman feel very stressed. He hurriedly explained, there is no secret in St. George's Church. The minister and deputy minister arranged for us to garrison because of the special nature of the royal mausoleum and the ancestral precepts. St. George's Church is the glorious place of the royal family, and a legendary wizard must be stationed there. Look, I haven't said anything yet, and you are anxious again. Wayne smiled unchanged and asked, I have notified the reinforcements. Has the Moonlight Knight entered? What, she is the Moonlight Knight? Herman was shocked. No wonder he, a legendary wizard, felt so much pressure. It turned out to be a knight chosen by God. This makes sense. Oh, you let people in without knowing anything. Wayne raised his eyebrows and put on the majesty of a leader. Herman smiled bitterly and lowered his head. It was his fault that he took his right foot first when he went out today. He was guilty and willing to accept the punishment. Captain Herman, you have worked hard to stick to your post, and so have the elites of the Holy Light Knights. Work hard in the future, and our Landau family will not treat you unfairly. Wayne did not pursue the matter further. While making a point, he also made a big promise. Herman smiled bitterly as he watched Wayne walk into the core area of the church. With the Moonlight Knight present, the devil could not make any big waves, and there was no need to worry about the prince's life. At this time, Herman's mentality was like Queen Sophia and Yvette, who knew Delane's identity, sad, decadent, and helpless. The Landau family raised their hands to 3 chosen knights, and the 2 knights of nature and sun were still on their way on horseback. The change of dynasties in Windsor was a foregone conclusion. There was nothing to struggle about, just follow the prince and work hard. West End, Theatre. The blonde and blue-eyed long-haired man stood at the door of the theatre with a rose in his hand. His humble smile made people feel like spring breeze. Just by his handsome face, he made the surrounding women stop. Sister Titus was ordered by her angel master Archibald to pick up girls at the theater entrance in order to create an alibi to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. This reincarnated angel is obviously super powerful but overly cautious. As a nun with a pure heart, Titus doesn't know how to pick up girls at all. Archibald taught her a trick. Archibald, picking up girls is easy. You just need to walk over and say to the girl, "Can I have a relationship with you?" and then it's done. Titus tried it, using Archibald's face and a romantic rose, and quickly broke up 3 couples and successfully got 3 girlfriends. Like master, like servant, no problem. At this time, Titus was surrounded by 3 young women who had just broken up. She was struggling to bring the 3 into the theater together, or to learn from Archibald and give the 3 ladies a fair chance to compete. The time limit was 5 minutes, and whoever had the most effective attacks would be chosen. While he was hesitating, a man in a well-dressed suit walked out of a black luxury car with 2 secretaries in his arms. The man held the woman's body with one hand and pressed her slender waist with the other, and smiled like a winner in life while holding her left and right. First Julian. The head of the Julian family in the Tulip family, who looks like Austin in his 30s, succeeded in inheriting the family wealth at a young age through hard work. The Julian family and the Landau family have many similarities, both of which are small and engaged in business. The difference is that Austin has a son, while First has no children. His big-breasted and long-legged secretary has changed many times, but none of them got pregnant with his child. In terms of business, the main industries of the Julian family are tobacco and lottery. Tobacco is nothing to say, it is conducive to saving national pensions and has won the support of the Windsor authorities. The lottery industry involves many well-known teams in London, including football and cricket. He has a wide range of connections in the sports world, his career is booming, and he has made a lot of money. For such a person, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is going to hell. But First has a very good reputation among the lower classes, at least better than Austin, who is engaged in finance. The reason is simple. First has privately funded the construction of a large number of welfare homes in various parts of Windsor to adopt homeless orphans. For example, Chris spent 2 years in First's welfare home before being adopted by Doreen, the foster mother of the Moonlight Church. Without the free potatoes for the past 2 years, Veronica's white Moonlight would have starved to death on the street long ago. For this alone, First is worthy of going to heaven. He is a very contradictory person. It is hard to say whether he is good or bad. If he is good, tobacco and lottery have caused many families to be broken up. If he is bad, Wayne is the first to disagree. Even for the sake of his child's mother, he has to thank First. Veronica, you make sense. Recently, London has a lot of fun. First ate a lot at once, hired 2 new secretaries, and worked hard at home for half a month. Today, he was bored and brought the 2 secretaries to the theater to listen to some songs. By the way, I'm going to find out if there are any female students who have just entered the society and have the dream of being an artist but have repeatedly hit a wall and need help. He is not talented, but he just happens to have a few dirty money. When passing by Titus, First's eyes flashed with gold, and he smelled the breath of the angel's golden rule on Titus. Interesting. The people from the Holy See are here. First glanced at Titus from the corner of his eye, patted his butt and asked the 2 secretaries to go in first. Don't ask, the only thing is that he wants to change the track tonight. Windsor, it's reasonable. 2 cups of green tea swayed into the theater, and First came to Titus' side and watched the battle of the 3 young women pulling clothes and hair with him. With First's ability, it is not difficult to see that Titus is a nun, and the male appearance is an illusion. He smiled slightly and asked curiously, "Little sister, where is your master, and why is he in London?" Titus was slightly stunned. The moment he turned around, he saw a golden light. He said blankly with a dull look, "My master's name is, called." Feeling the restrictions set by the angel, first did not make it difficult, and asked in a different way, "What are you doing in London, who are you with?" The envoy of the Papal States, under the order of the Pope, came to London to negotiate with Prince Wayne and find the second reincarnated angel. Titus murmured. "There is another reincarnated angel in London." First was slightly surprised. He always thought that there was only one reincarnated angel in London, so he made some operations to create the illusion that Wayne was the reincarnated angel. "Little sister, is the news reliable? The Pope's secret order cannot be wrong. That old man who loves to daydream, I feel unreliable." The two people's conversation was fair and square, but no one else noticed it. The crowd of onlookers only knew to watch the three young women fighting and completely ignored them. "Tell me, how does the Pope plan to find the second reincarnated angel?" The Pope prepared a Golden Rule Bible for Mr. Wayne, hoping to find angels through angels. "That Golden Rule Bible is not ordinary. Mr. Wayne will definitely find the same kind," Titus said without reservation. "I see, it seems that we must satisfy the Pope." First nodded and continued, "Then what are you doing here, little sister, where is your leader?" "In St. George's Church, the blood of God and the kingdom of dragons, these are very precious." Titus said it all. "Tisk, you know so much. Your master loves you very much." First smiled slightly, because the reincarnated angels do not have the blood of the original angels. Their strength has greatly declined and they cannot cope with the tasks of awakening. Therefore, they pursue the blood of St. George in order to complete the transformation and retrieve the power stored in heaven. Maybe I can get my memory back. It's a good idea, but it's a pity that I came too late. The blood of God has been taken away by me. However, there are indeed some small surprises in the kingdom of dragons. It depends on your luck. If you are lucky, you may be able to pick them up." First glanced at Titus, asked a few more questions, and after gaining a lot of information, he walked towards the theater with a satisfied smile. "There are two reincarnated angels in London. I only know one, and there is another one. Who is it? This world is getting more and more interesting." He. Titus shuddered and woke up from his confusion, without noticing anything wrong. After the three young women decided the winner, the two losers who were looking for their ex-boyfriends to reunite were left behind, and they walked into the theater with their proud waists around the winners. The devil likes to play with people's hearts, and so do angels. In terms of not being human, both sides are weird and not very anthropomorphic. The core area of St. George's Church is connected to the grey space. In the whole of London, there are three places connected to the grey space: the Ministry of Magic headquarters, Buckingham Palace, and St. George's Church. Among them, St. George's Church is the original connecting channel. The dragon slayer St. George has the blood of heaven, or in other words, he is a native angel who came to the world. Once, angels and demons could enter the chosen continent. Wayne got a piece of holy cloth/shroud, which was originally stored in St. Dominic's Cathedral, but St. Dominic was neither a human nor an angel. He had the blood of hell flowing in his body. He was a descendant of the devil and was able to enter heaven by bathing in the holy light. The devil has blood descendants in the world, and the Windsor royal family has the blood of heaven. These are strong evidence that the devil and angels once traveled freely to and from the world. And the grey space is indeed the kingdom of God of a fallen dragon, because the dragon, the kingdom of God, specifically refers to the kingdom of dragons. Unlike Wayne's guess, the dragon kingdom captured by Windsor had nothing to do with the Knights of the Sun Goddess. It was chopped up by St. George's dragon-slaying blade and placed next to his own bloodline descendants. Windsor's ancestors were really rich, but because each generation was worse than the previous one, they were not as good as the previous one. In Sophia's generation, in order to ensure the inheritance of the royal bloodline and continue to sit firmly on the throne of Windsor, she had to wear stockings and stay up late at night to work overtime. Even so, The ex-boyfriend still ignored her. The gray space left by St. George was not simple. He recorded some information and stored it in the Heavenly Father Church. This information was hidden in a Bible and was collected and sealed by the Papal States. The Windsor royal family did not know the secret. Now that time has come, Archibald has come to the door following the secret. He does not know how much Wayne has obtained, and he has no expectations for the blood of God, but he believes that Wayne has not obtained the secret treasure recorded in the Bible in all likelihood. The treasures of heaven and earth belong to the virtuous. This is not Archibald's original words. If translated, it probably means the same thing. He came to the end of the gray space alone, looking at the devastated gray space that was repeatedly exploited, and couldn't help but sigh at his colleagues' methods. It was really cruel. If he continued to do it without restraint, the gray space would disappear completely. Fortunately, he came early, otherwise the secret treasure would disappear with it. Archibald waved his hand and took out a handwritten parchment Bible from his portable space. The text on it was too ancient and modern people could no longer understand it. Only scholars who specialize in ancient languages could understand the information recorded on it. Archibald read the Bible softly and wandered at the end of the gray space for a long time until he found the position completely. The space in front of him was filled with a hazy cross shadow because of the spell. Still there. Tika no. Archibald was grateful, and he pressed the cross with his 5 fingers, slowly rotated it a few times, and then pushed it forward. In an instant, the originally empty gray space was instantly rippled, and the visible ripples spread in all directions, and a new world slowly opened. The sky was covered by blazing flames, the earth was full of mountains, and the fog filled the fields. There was warm and humid air everywhere. There were no green trees and forests in the mountains, but there were substantial soil and flowers. In the mist, it seemed that countless white ghosts were dancing in the air, gathering and dispersing. Scorched by the flames in the sky, the mist slowly evaporated upwards and condensed into raindrops and fell. The mist could not extinguish the flames, and the flames could not dry up the water vapor. A concept full of magic cycles achieved balance in this world. The life of a giant dragon. Archibald threw the parchment Bible into the air, and the Bible burst into golden beams, pointing out a way in the distance. He flicked his finger, and the Bible broke through the fog and flew away. Archibald followed closely behind, deep into the hazy and mysterious fog. The ground under his feet was moist and soft, and the rustling sound of friction conveyed amazing vitality to him. The world derived from the flesh and blood of the giant dragon recorded the information of the giant dragon. Under the forging of the law of fire, energy was transformed into matter, generating this strange magical space. Archibald was very fast and soon came to the front of a white mountain. Giant Dragon Bone Mountain. Under the thick fog, a towering giant dragon bone mountain stood quietly, with no head or tail visible, and each huge bone was precipitated with the vicissitudes of the times. The mist shuttled between the dragon bones, sometimes gathering into milky white silk, sometimes turning into thin threads, entwining the dragon skeleton and looming, like breathing and keeping rhythm. Occasionally, the cold wind blew away, and the mist rolled with it. The dragon bone mountain seemed to wake up in an instant, emitting a low and shocking dragon roar. The ancient voice echoed in the mist, making people feel infinite fear and awe of powerful life. It's a pity that the dragon wings drooped and the dragon bowed its head. The glory was no longer there. This sound was more of a sad color to the mystery. Archibald saw the glory from the huge dragon bones. This was an adult dragon with extremely powerful strength. At the same time, he also felt the sadness in the moss attached to the bones and the decayed smell in the air. Although the dragon was strong, it was only a skeleton after all. Archibald's body was suspended, and he spread his mind perception and noticed a metallic light on the top of the dragon's head. The sword of the oath of St. George the Dragon Slayer. The divine weapon of heaven, plus the dragon life that can be reshaped, this trip is worth it. Archibald smiled without much emotion, knowing that the longer the night, the more dreams he would have. After all, this was Wayne's territory. He didn't want to face Wayne, so it was right to take the treasure as soon as possible. Archibald waved his hand, and the parchment Bible hanging in the air burst into golden light. The next second, the bowstring vibrated, and the cold and sharp sound swept away the heavy fog. A white light broke through the air, penetrated the parchment Bible, and hit it to the end of the world. Who is it? Archibald turned around suddenly, raised his 5 fingers to become claws, opened black wings behind him, and exuded an evil breath of hell. Devil. Delane held the white night jinyan in his hand, wearing moonlight armor, looking at Archibald, who was facing a great enemy, and a touch of joy appeared on his icy face. Thank you for leading the way and bringing me here. Archibald's eyes twitched, and he recognized the famous white night jinyan. With his current strength, he has no chance of winning against Moonlight Knight, not to mention that he has to hide his identity and cannot use the Angel's golden rule. He is wearing a layer of Devil's fake skin, so he is no match for the opponent in a fight. Just at this time. Moonlight Knight didn't come earlier or later, but just at this time, Archibald couldn't help but suspect that he was spotted by Moonlight Knight as soon as he arrived in London, and the latter followed him all the way, so he had the chance encounter now. Little devil, where are you from? Wings are rare. Whose familiar are you? This shouldn't be your true face, right? Delian immediately exposed Archibald's fake skin. Moonlight Knight has seen all kinds of scenes. Even if he knows little about the devil, he can find that the other party deliberately conceals his identity. Show me your face. If you are ugly, I will give you a quick death. Delane raised her hand to take the bowstring, and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. The Dragon Bone Mountain has the possibility of being reshaped and is very well preserved. Coincidentally, she just happened to have a sub-dragon, and maybe she could use it to evolve. She came out for a stroll and got such good fruit. It must be the guidance of the goddess. If you want my life, use the bow in your hand to speak. Archibald raised his arm and called out. The surging breath of hell whistled and dispersed. The terrifying energy turned into a vortex of dark clouds in the sky. The energy field oppressed the surrounding space and rumbled with a monstrous flame. Very strong. But it depends on who you compare with. Compared with Archibald's hell form, the 3 servants who sneaked into London are at best younger brothers. The devil lost to a reincarnated angel on the stage of playing the devil. Compared with Delane. It's okay, at least the visual effects are full. Swish. The white arrow light penetrated through the vortex of dark clouds, and the terrifying energy field was instantly subsided. The entire black dark cloud froze into an iceberg, and after crackling, it turned into hailstones falling to the ground. When encountering a powerful energy attack, use more powerful energy to crush it. The God-chosen knight can always fly with great strength. As the hail whistled, the hazy figure with black fog wrapped around it flapped its wings and came to Delane in a flash. A dark and twisted strange weapon was held in its hand and chopped down at the face of the iceberg. Play with you. Delane raised his longbow to hold the black blade, waved his hand to pull out a cold moon rapier in front of him, and chopped at the roaring face of the black fog. At the touch, the black fog's body split from top to bottom, split 50-50, and split into 2 halves. Delane raised his eyebrows and looked at the giant Dragon Bone Mountain, the position of the dragon skull. The black shadow roared, and pulled out a heavy sword that looked like a cross. Golden light rushed into the sky, and the holy breath surged. Without this divine weapon to suppress it, the skeleton of the giant dragon roared softly, as if a bone dragon would flap its wings and rush into the sky in the next second. The breath of death, the breath of life, the breath of heaven and hell collided violently at this moment. What is this? What is this? TTKNO. Wayne. Wayne hid behind a raised rock, looking at the new species of devil with a pair of black wings and surrounded by black fog, and he exclaimed that he had learned something new. It turns out that there are not only devils in hell, but also fallen angels. This world really has this thing. Wayne muttered, and looked at the cross-heavy sword raised by the devil. It had a white background with gold patterns and two blades. It was born majestic and domineering, and only worthy of the strong. It was clearly the fruit knife he had lost for many years. Good people are rewarded, and we are all surnamed Lao. God really favors honest people like me. I won't be polite today. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 325. There is no doubt that this divine blood comes from St. George, an angel who came to the world in his original form. Rather than a reincarnated angel who was reincarnated as a human and lost his memory. St. George left behind his divine blood, the oath sword for slaying dragons, and preserved the dragon's vitality intact, hiding it behind the gray space and placing it next to his bloodline descendants. It can be seen that angels are not without feelings. At least they are very caring for their bloodline descendants. Before returning to heaven, they left a luxurious treasure house. This treasure house is inexhaustible and enough for the Windsor family to roam the God's chosen continent and cut whoever they are unhappy with. It's so touching. While Delane was stunned, Wayne forged a glass bottle with his mind and put a few drops of divine blood in it. The uncontaminated and diluted divine blood is purer than the divine blood in Sophia, Edward, and Juno. The divine blood in the bodies of the latter three needs to be washed with the help of the law to reproduce the former glory. These drops of divine blood are exceptions. They can be used as soon as they are taken, and they will awaken after using them. What do you want this for? Let me make it clear. This is the blood of heaven. It will change your life form and make you evolve towards an angel. Delane warned, by then, your mind will change with your body, and you will not be able to believe in the holy light under control. You will no longer be able to pick up the White Knight's words. This behavior is equivalent to betraying the goddess. I will not let you go then. So, picking up the White Knight's words, the elemental words, and the dawn words at the same time is not considered betraying the goddess. It's different. The three gods' joint selection is the goddess's intention. Special matters should be handled specially, and cannot be generalized. After talking for a long time, the final right of interpretation is still in the hands of the goddess. Wayne shrugged, put the blood into his personal space, and said, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in the evolution sequence of angels. I'll keep this blood as a collection, just in case it's used in the future. I know, you want to use it on the Windsor royal family." Delane looked disgusted. "Let me guess who it is, the Queen or the Princess, or both. You can't have been involved with this mother and daughter for a long time, right? Wayne. Promise me, don't say such vulgar words with your iceberg beauty face in the future. No, you'd better not open your mouth in the future." Wayne rolled his eyes. "What are you thinking? The Queen and my father Austin are lovers, and the Princess is Austin's daughter. One of these two women is half my mother, and the other is my sister. How could I have an affair with them? Who said it's impossible? I refute that. You are stereotyping the nobility. Refutation is invalid. I'll speak with facts." Delane counted on his fingers and said, "Look, you are Austin's son, you have a teacher named Sci-fi, and she and Austin have a daughter named Veronica. For the sake of family inheritance, you have an engagement with your sister. If your sister is fine, your sister is also fine. This is how you nobles are." "Wait a minute, where did you hear this version? Didn't I explain it to you last time? Philomena told me that Veronica was not picked up." "This is what your father Austin said," Delane said firmly. Playing cards these days, she heard two versions from Philomena and Chrissy respectively. She couldn't figure out the chaotic relationship of the Landau family at all, so she just followed the crowd and believed the version that was popular on the market. Wayne was silent. He wanted to say that this version had been retired, but when the words came to his lips, he thought about it and let it go. The rumors were processed by the Leza people, and they became more and more outrageous. It was no longer something he could control. Austin had accepted it, so why should he struggle? It didn't matter. Besides, it was Veronica who should struggle. She was a little unsure about jumping back and forth between biological and adopted. Maybe in the next version update, Veronica's biological mother should be replaced by Megan. Le.jpg. The divine blood was collected, and the dragon's vitality was also transformed into dragon blood in the sustainable exhaustion of fish. The whole world was left with only the dragon bone mountain, the drifting flames, and the law of death. Seeing that the space could not maintain stability, Delane removed the alchemy array and moved the dragon's skeleton to the gray space. The bones of a dragon are extremely hard, and it takes a long time to reshape its mind. How many dragon tooth swords do you want? Can you customize the quantity? Well, the longer it takes, the higher the quality of the finished dragon tooth sword, and the fewer the quantity. Then take the longest one. Wayne's attitude towards magic has always been the same. Either don't have it, or you want the best. But I want to play cards. Delane said faintly and started to raise the price. Refine. Wayne gritted his teeth. After refining, I will play cards with you any way you want. After that, he activated the portal of the gray space, opened the passage to the headquarters of the Ministry of Magic, and prepared to discuss with Austin. Too much dragon blood was collected today, and some adjustments need to be made to the operations on Sci-fi and Veronica. In addition, the fallen dragon has nothing to do with the Knights of the Sun Goddess. It is the legacy left by St. George for the descendants of the bloodline. Megan was born for other reasons. These are all worth thinking about. Wayne imagined a scene in his mind. When the country was in danger, Queen Sophia drew out the sword of oath and awakened the blood of heaven. The mount was the inheritance of her ancestors and she was reincarnated into the current Megan. The imagination is too rich and it doesn't seem reliable. I want to see what Austin thinks. Bang. Wayne kicked open the office, and saw Austin who was working hard, and Queen Sophia who was trying hard to hold down the hem of her skirt. Short skirt and black stockings, you are so coquettish. Sophia's heart is known to passers-by. As a pure passerby, Wayne wanted to take a picture of the scene immediately and print the photos for teacher Sci-fi to see. No matter whether Austin did anything extra, the Queen was in a disheveled state in the office, and Austin must have seen it. Teacher, he was looking at other women outside. This alone was enough to make Austin run away. Wayne came to Austin with a look of disgust, and the contempt in his eyes was as if he was at the scene of catching an adulterer. Austin understood that there was no shortage of excuses for accusing someone, and he was too lazy to explain anything, and said directly, "How is the devil, is it solved?" The Moonlight Knight took action, and the devil was gone in an instant. She doesn't seem to be trustworthy, right? Austin was not sure, but he suspected that Delane had rolled in the sheets with Wayne. It's quite outrageous, but who can blame him for being Wayne? It doesn't matter, the knight doesn't care, he has a very high vision, and his moral character is like me. As for why the devil entered St. George's church, Wayne observed from the corner of his eye and saw Sophia quietly prick up her ears, clenched her fist and coughed lightly. "It's late, let's stop here today, and talk slowly when we go home tomorrow. If you want to know what happened next, I won't explain it to you next time." Wayne strode away, leaving Sophia extremely angry. This was so late at night that she couldn't sleep. Sophia watched Wayne leave with a faint smile on her face. At the moment of closing the door, she gritted her teeth and lifted the hem of her skirt, picked up the teapot on the table and refilled half a cup of black tea for Austin. "Hurry up and watch it. If you don't watch it, I'll go find your son, he will definitely watch it." Sophia wanted to say this, but she didn't open her mouth after all. She stood beside Austin with a gentle smile, saying nothing. Austin was immersed in his work, not caring about the outside world. Wayne returned to his secretary's house and continued the previous hasty work. The sound of the waves was still there, and the host and the guests were happy. On the other side, Archibald, who had suffered heavy losses, walked on the streets of London, his face pale and his smile bitterly. Having lost the Philosopher's Stone and the Vest of Hell, he could no longer transform into a devil and had no target to frame. In the future, he would inevitably be restricted in his work. In addition to the Philosopher's Stone, there was also a magic crystal for death, a treasure of the Papal States. If one was used, one would be less. Now he had to cooperate with the Pope and help him complete several tasks for free. Crystal is precious, and the Philosopher's Stone is even more precious, even if it is a semi-finished Philosopher's Stone. It is not easy to find a legendary wizard who practices the faith of hell. Today is different from the past. The Papal States has not caught a few in all these years. Thinking of this, Archibald looked miserable, understood the suffering, and the whole person was almost transcendent. Not only did he suffer heavy losses tonight, but he also assisted Wayne to let the other party get a big bargain. Seeing his colleagues make a fortune was more painful than Archibald losing money himself. The bad thing was that he really lost money. Fortunately, there was Titus's warm little chest to rely on, otherwise he didn't know where to cry tonight. Archibald staggered on the street. Escape was not without cost. He was very weak now. If Titus had any ideas, he would be able to make him lose face tonight. A black luxury car drove by. In the back seat, First was hugging two beautiful female secretaries on his left and right, holding a cigar in his mouth, and smiling like a winner in life. He glanced at the downtrodden Archibald outside the window and smiled even happier. First did not intend to do anything to Archibald. He appeared here to check whether Archibald succeeded. Obviously, Archibald not only did not get what he wanted, but was also severely taught a lesson. Two reincarnated angels, and one more. Wayne is not a reincarnated angel. The Pope's hope that he can find his kind through the Bible is doomed to fail. If he fails, all the previous preparations will be in vain. Let me help him. By the way, let's see who the second reincarnated angel is. The black limousine drove away, leaving Archibald, who was dejected, wandering around in London at night because he was handsome, and was soon spotted by several burly men. London is a local specialty. They not only rob money, but also rape women. The next day at noon, Wayne saw Austin, who had not slept all night, in the study of Landau Manor. He was thin again. Being a king is not something that humans can do. If Austin does this, Wayne will become the head of the family next year. That's the situation. St. George's Cathedral is not important. It's just a portal. The so-called ancestral precepts have always been related to the treasure at the end of the grey space. Wayne explained the secret treasure left by St. George. The Queen didn't tell the truth. She still has reservations. I suggest you deal with her severely. Austin ignored it. He knew Sophia. If she had other cards, she would not wear a bad black silk skirt. Although it is really beautiful. Obviously, the news was broken, and the royal family was not aware of the secret treasure left by their ancestors. They sat on a mountain of gold and guarded a few silver coins as real treasures. How are you going to use the blood of heaven? Austin closed his eyes and slowly played with the ancient silver coins. I haven't thought about it yet. Wayne frowned and touched his chin. If it was really useless, he was going to arrange for Mona to accept the angel's evolution sequence. Formal, not a fake angel covered in a layer of skin like Juno. Something as good as divine blood should naturally be reserved for trustworthy people. In addition, the divine blood in Chris has yet to be developed. The pure law washout is too painful. He has no better way for the time being and plans to wait and see. For example, when studying the obelisk, I remember that when Orb tried to take Sheckley's body, he used the obelisk as an important prop. Maybe it will work. About the teacher and Veronica's surgery. Wayne planned to take action after the dragon tooth sword was forged to make sure that the dragon was really dead, lest something else happen in the middle. Austen had no objection to this and said slowly, "The power of the royal family has been completely wiped out. The Queen has given up the idea of regaining power. I have been very tired recently and don't want to accompany her any longer. Father, are you going to officially ascend the throne?" Austen's expression remained normal. Such words could no longer stir up waves in his heart. He continued, "I don't have the ability to govern the country, and I don't have the energy. Instead of letting me mess up, it's better to let the Queen return to her original position. Is it necessary?" Wayne felt that Austen's arrangement was unnecessary. The Queen had fallen to the peak of power and could not go back. No matter what Austen arranged, the Tulip family knew who was worthy of loyalty. "I'm too tired and don't want to waste my time on meaningless things." Austen said slowly, "If you have no objection, the Landau family will return to the past, with me supporting the Queen instead of me controlling power. Rather than running the country, he cares more about his wife and children, the hotbed, and other important family and country affairs." Who cares about it? If Wayne is dissatisfied, he can go to Buckingham Palace to stay for a few nights. Aren't you afraid that she will have ideas? It doesn't matter. Looking at Austen lying on his back, Wayne shook his head and cursed secretly at the foolish prince. He showed no sense of responsibility, so how could the prince still be in the land of fish and meat? There is no need to wait for Landau too, he will die in one lifetime. Whatever you want, the Queen is just a puppet anyway, the Tulip family knows what to do. Wayne also had no idea of becoming a king, so he instead said, "The envoy from Heavenly Father's Holy See will arrive soon. I have already seen the Pope's envoy. You may not believe it, but there is also a reincarnated angel in London. Besides you, is there anyone else?" Austen opened his eyes slightly. He knew most of Wayne's secrets, including his identity as a reincarnated angel. As a result, he gained a loyal nun-secretary. "I'm lying." In other words, the two reincarnated angels of London were not discovered. Wayne frowned and said, "I don't rule out another possibility. There is only one reincarnated angel in London, and there is a sense from the Papal State. This possibility is not high. If there is a sense, the Papal State should know that I am fake. Is there a possibility that they already know that you are fake?" "Not ruled out." Wayne shook his head, "No matter what, I have always denied that I am a reincarnated angel. They insisted on placing this identity on my head and gave me a letter that said I did not have to take responsibility." He continued, "The devil over Paris is ready to move. Finding the reincarnated angel will be beneficial to everyone. I will help find the reincarnated angel. It would be best if we can find both of them. Reincarnated angels represent the power of heaven. Regardless of whether the Father's Church can represent heaven or not, they have always been bound together. By doing this, are you worthy of your status as the God's chosen knight?" Austen waited to see the joke. "Stop talking, my head is getting big now." Wayne closed his eyes and lay on the sofa. He was now walking on thin ice, and it was a fluke that he could reach the other side safely. He only got his shoes wet a few times, so just let him get wet. If you often walk by the river, your shoes will get wet, which is better than falling into the river. X2. Life is not easy, the father and son sighed. October 14th. There was one day left before Willie's birthday, so Wayne asked his housekeeper Fura to help arrange gifts and decorate the birthday venue. The location is the Wayne house, and it's obvious that it's a scumbag. There may be some chaos that day, but Wayne can't control so much anymore. He urges Delane to speed up the process and make the dragon smile as soon as possible. He must make the best use of everything and not waste St. George's hope for future generations. The Queen is a blood descendant of St. George, Austen is the Queen's underground lover, and Wayne is Austen's son. Therefore, it is reasonable and okay for him to claim to be a descendant of St. George. Wayne House Study. Wayne waved his hand and pushed away warehouse number 1, a dark realm opened up by his thinking. The door was located on the bookcase in the study, which coincided with the idea of the previous resident Sydney. There are two types of dark realms, fixed warehouse and portable space. The size is determined by the magician's thinking intensity. Wayne's thinking intensity is huge, and the dark realm he has opened up is in line with his aesthetics of big is good. Wandering through it, he soon arrived at the core area. Mona held the Golden Rule Bible in her hand and arranged the magic ritual to find the reincarnated angel. When Wayne arrived, she returned the Golden Rule Bible and the Parchment Bible together. At this time, she had completed her transformation. The nun's battle uniform included voluptuous curves, and the devil would praise her for her good figure when he saw her. Boss, the text recorded in this Parchment Bible is too old. There is no corresponding translation and interpretation in St. Paul's Cathedral. I cannot understand the text on it. Mona said, perhaps the Papal State has specially collected and organized supporting books. Do you need help to contact them? No, it's just an ancient book. There's no need to be so troublesome. I'll give it to Odelia to study. She'll like it? Wayne shook his head. The Parchment Bible was a handwritten copy of St. George. Because of St. George, this Bible is so precious. In essence, there is nothing special about the Parchment Bible. Anyway, the evaluation of the Book of Greed is very general. On the contrary, the Sword of Oath is highly evaluated by the Book of Greed, which has greatly boosted the arrogance of the little eyeball representing heaven. The little eyeball of hell didn't eat much, and the stock of the semi-finished Philosopher's Stone is limited. Wayne plans to develop it and make it into a devil's clone. Because of this discovery, Wayne couldn't help but wonder whether the devil who broke into St. George's Cathedral really exploded and died. As far as the result of the refining of the semi-finished Philosopher's Stone is concerned, the devil is likely to be alive. In addition, it is not clear whether the other party is really a devil. Wayne is troubled by more and more puzzles, but he doesn't have much time to think about them. As he has been practicing magic, he feels that fists are more useful than brains. No matter how good the brain is, can it solve all the puzzles? Fists are different. They can't solve problems, but they can solve the people who create problems. Question the chosen knights, understand the chosen knights, and become the chosen knights. Mona, what did you think about what I told you yesterday? Wayne opened the Golden Rule Bible. He had just eaten it, and the bowl was still hot. Boss, just arrange it. I have no opinion, Mona said devoutly. Wayne has the blood of heaven of St. George in his hand, which is very precious and can't be given to outsiders. After thinking about it, only Mona is suitable around him. He knows the ugly appearance of angels, which is contrary to mainstream aesthetics. Mona is a delicate woman. He didn't do it directly, but asked Mona to give him time to consider. Mona's idea is very simple. She is just an ordinary silver magician. Because of the holy scars brought by the contract, she borrowed the golden rule of angels in Wayne's body, and her strength took a big step forward. She was satisfied and even a little happy. Now it's not possible. Wayne's enemies are getting stronger and stronger. Some time ago, she went to the frozen continent to participate in the task of sealing the ancient god's followers. Her strength can't keep up with Wayne's progress and seems dispensable. Especially after Wayne was promoted to a golden wizard, his vengeful spirits were collectively upgraded, and even Aubin, who had average academic performance, became stronger. Mona didn't compare herself with the dog. She compared herself with Odelia and Regina. As secretaries, the two succubus secretaries made her more concerned. Wayne is a golden wizard, and she can still deal with Odelia and Regina. When Wayne becomes a legendary wizard, what should she do? She wants to improve too much. Okay, when I find the reincarnated angel, I will arrange your evolution into the schedule. Wayne patted his butt, asked Mona to step back 2 steps, spread out the Golden Rule Bible, and recited the dog-licking words that sang praises to the Father in heaven. Ah, our Father in heaven. So shameful. Wayne couldn't read any more after reciting 2 sentences. He looked at Mona speechlessly. You think too much. The whole Papal States, and the Golden Rule Bible in St. Paul's Cathedral before, have not found the reincarnation angel. Why do you think I can? Instead of wasting time here, it's better to catch one on the street. The possibility of success is higher. Boss, you are also a reincarnation angel. Reincarnation angels will attract reincarnation angels. You can do it, Mona said firmly. Then I shouldn't come here. I'm not. Boss, haven't you given up yet? Wayne rolled his eyes. If it weren't for his strong sense of responsibility and his unwillingness to see the devil destroying lives, he wouldn't bother with these things. I hope the Book of Greed will be more powerful, and the Golden Rule Bible in his body can meet the conditions and find another reincarnation angel in London. Wayne recited the words of praise in the Bible listlessly. The big eyes of the Book of Greed looked at the small eyes of heaven. The magic power in his body was instantly holy, and the golden belt condensed by the words of the Golden Rule surrounded his body. Mona's hand was covered with a cross, and as Wayne chanted the spell, her white wings spread out uncontrollably. She knelt on one knee, clasped her hands in front of her chest, and recited with Wayne. 3 consecutive failures. Wayne was ready to go out on the street to arrest people. Under Mona's persuasion of promising a new posture, he wronged himself to try again. At Mona's request, he recited the chapters in the Bible with emotion. Soon, the golden light rhythmically moved, and a picture pointing to the position of the reincarnated angel slowly opened. Oh my God, this is also possible. Am I really a reincarnated angel? Wayne's eyes widened. The facts were right in front of him, and he was a little unsure. Master, you have always been. Mona nodded slightly, with golden light surging in her eyes. Wayne wanted to quibble a few more words, but soon, as the picture in front of him became clear, his and Mona's attention was drawn to it at the same time. One was stunned, the other was dumbfounded, and both opened their mouths to express their shock. The scene is in a bar, the kind that is not serious. Compared with the usual not serious ones, the female bartenders here look like the scene of a car accident, and some are even worse than the scene of a car accident. Not only not serious, but also not formal. Wayne doesn't want to judge people by appearance, but this is too abstinent. It's ridiculous that it didn't go bankrupt. In the booth in the corner, a handsome young man was surrounded by women, smiling like a winner in life. X2. Is there something wrong? Why is it him? X2. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 326. In the northern part of London, there is a bar street. On both sides of the street, various bars are lined up in a row. Before the evening, the air is filled with laughter and low trading sounds. It is even more amazing at night. The so-called London Alley Wind refers to this place. The black luxury car slowly stopped, and Wayne opened the car door with an embarrassed face, looking at the door of the bar and fell into deep thought. Fallen Angel Bar. Wayne. I have to say that this name is quite appropriate. It is quite fallen. Wayne turned around expressionlessly and complained to Mona next to him, I still feel something is wrong. This is not the place where angels should come. There must be something wrong with the way I opened the Bible. Let's go back and try again. Wayne said similar words more than once on the way here. Mona also felt it was outrageous, but still coaxed, "Boss, since you are here, let's go in and take a look first." The two pushed the door and walked in. The air was filled with a faint smell of wine and tobacco, and the air was slightly turbid. In the soft music, two resident singers swayed on the stage. Below the stage, the female bartenders with alternative styles were dressed in uniform and served drinks and snacks to the guests. In terms of the guests' clothing and appearance, this is still a high-end bar with high consumption. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. As far as the population base of London is concerned, any non-mainstream aesthetics are reasonable. Enough to support a bar. It's worthy of London. The true meaning of democracy is to tolerate all diversity. I have learned useless postures again. Wayne continued to output complaints, looked around the venue, looked at his secretary and washed his eyes, and said from the bottom of his heart, "Mona, you are so beautiful." Mona smiled slightly and pointed to the booth in the corner. The target person was there, and she would do the business first. As for how beautiful she is, you can go home and study it slowly. The booth was in the shadow of the corner, and the light was not bright. In order to let the guests appreciate the unique characteristics of the Fallen Angel bar more clearly and intuitively, a wall lamp was specially hung. Under the light, the handsome young man was beaming with joy, holding the hands of the two female bartenders, chattering non-stop, as if he was reading their palms. B. Kerr Poirot. Strictly speaking, Kerr is not a devout tank player. He likes everything except the pretty ones. Tanks are just within his aesthetics. Like the two female bartenders beside him, one is fat and big-eared, and the other is skinny as if she has been deprived of oxygen for a long time. Love is not about staying together forever. Some people are destined to be passers-by, maybe for one night, or maybe only for 15 minutes. Kerr held the hands of the two and said affectionately, "We don't need to worry about short-term love. The road of life is still long. Remember this beautiful memory and bravely pursue the next relationship. It is the greatest praise for love. Is this the reason why you are always there for anti-pornography?" Wayne came to the booth, couldn't bear to look directly, and turned to look at Mona. "Our Father in heaven, she is as beautiful as an angel descending to the earth." Kerr was looking at Tank, who was holding him in his arms, with deep affection. When he heard the familiar voice, he looked up and said in surprise, "Wayne, why are you here? Have you figured it out? What is a beautiful woman?" Kerr's face changed drastically when he saw Mona beside Wayne. His whole face turned pale in an instant. The man who had been suffering from long-term hypoxia skillfully picked up the trash can under the table and handed it to Kerr. Some customers are like this, they vomit while chatting. You. Kerr vomited a lot and showed the menu for today's lunch on the spot. "I don't mean anything else. Just based on Mona's appearance, she is a well-deserved ugly girl in the Fallen Angel bar." You. Mona. Is this a compliment to her? Should I be complimenting her? Wayne was speechless to the extreme. He took out a few portraits of the Queen and handed them to the two female bartenders who were obsessed with love. "My friend, I'm going to chat with him. Please wait for a while. Facts have proved that love is not worth mentioning in front of the Queen." Seeing Wayne's generosity, the two female bartenders happily accepted it and waved goodbye to Kerr, who was reluctant to leave. "Wayne, what are you doing?" Kerr picked up the napkin, wiped the vomit from the corner of his mouth, raised his hand to block Mona's position, and handed out a portrait of the Queen. "Go away, don't scare me here." "Kerr, is this how you talk to your sister?" Wayne teased. "It's just a casual talk, and you really believe it?" Kerr adapted for a few seconds and warned himself to accept the unevenness of the world. There are beautiful women in the world who make people's heart beat faster, and naturally there are ugly women like Mona who use contraception to ward off evil spirits. Thinking this way, he gradually accepted Mona. Don't blame you, it was God who took away your beauty and gave it to someone else, you are innocent. Boss, let's go back, we must have found the wrong person. Mona gritted her teeth, wishing she could punch Kerr to death. Since you're here, he's your brother after all. Wayne knew a long time ago that Mona and Kerr were not siblings, and the idea of a reconstituted family was nothing more than Mona's excuse to get close to him, but after all, Kerr contributed greatly to his getting such an excellent secretary. Kerr, the air here is too bad, let's go out and talk. Is it important? Very important. Okay, then, I'll give you 5 minutes. No problem, just 5 minutes. The camera turned and the black limousine drove away from the bar street. Kerr sat in the back row with a confused look on his face, looking at the heaven that was fading away, and said to Wayne next to him, "You promised me, just 5 minutes." The plan was temporarily changed. "No, let me out of the car. I have an appointment." Kerr opened the door and was about to jump out of the car. Although he didn't know what Wayne and Mona were arresting him for, they vaguely sensed something was wrong. Wayne held him down, and no matter how hard Kerr struggled, he could not escape. He said calmly, "Kerr, believe me, you were born to do great things. Don't be obsessed with beauty all day long. I am happy to indulge in beauty." Kerr rolled his eyes. His brother had been wandering around with him for 30 years without ever having a full meal. "I finally found a cafeteria that suits my appetite, and the food is unlimited. If he leaves now, is he worthy of his brother? Is he worthy of the promised crotch in Haikau? Is he still a human being?" "Of course, you can't say that." Kerr looked gloomy. "Wayne, you don't understand, I can't leave, they need me." "What do you mean, a gambling father, a sick mother, a school-going brother and a broken girl?" Wayne sneered. "Why are you so skilled? Do you go there often? Speak. I asked you to finish talking, and I'm still talking nonsense." "Then don't talk nonsense and follow me obediently, otherwise I will pick off your fish roe bag." "Then at least tell me where to go." "I'll introduce you to a friend. High-end hotel in the West End." Wayne led Mona and Kerr to the private room on the 6th floor and met Sister Titus and the pale Archibald. Archibald's face was very ugly, as if he had been treated leniently by dozens of big men last night. He was severely exhausted and was so sick that he had no energy. Wayne looked at the charming Titus and then at the overconsumed Archibald. He shook his head and said, "Archibald, although the nun is good, her body is her capital. Cherish your body, don't be unrestrained just because you are a magician and your life essence is powerful." Archibald smiled bitterly. "Wayne, stop talking, I won't do it next time." Archibald didn't explain much. 2 nights ago, he escaped with a small life from the hands of Moon Knight with serious injuries. Because of his serious injuries, he could only return to the hotel on his legs. Unexpectedly, his outstanding appearance attracted a few strong perverts, who dragged him into the alley. Fortunately, the problem was not serious. Although he was seriously injured, he was not without the power to resist. He contacted Titus through his mind to come to the rescue and avoided the tragedy of a man on top of a man. Archibald was so ashamed of this dark history that he ordered Titus not to mention it again. He was a decent man, so naturally he would not tell Wayne. "Come, let me introduce to you. This is the famous detective Kerr Poirot, the Silver Mage. He practiced holy light magic in the Holy See in his early years. Now he is a freelancer and owns his own detective agency. He is quite famous in the detective circle of London. I have known him for a while and he is a trustworthy person. This is Archibald from the Papal State, and Sister Titus next to him is his assistant. They are both good people." Wayne introduced both parties, looked into Archibald's eyes and nodded. "If nothing else, he is the person you are looking for on this trip." "So fast?" Archibald was greatly surprised. He had never thought that Wayne was so efficient. As soon as the front foot finished speaking, the back foot brought the second reincarnated angel over. Mingren did not tell secrets. He had looked through the Golden Rule Bible given to Wayne by the Pope. With his ability, he searched day and night non-stop, which would take at least half a year. For this reason, we still targeted London, otherwise there would be no way to find him in the vast sea of people in 30 to 50 years. It's a bit fast, maybe it's a coincidence. I happen to know Kerr, and I felt that he was abnormal a long time ago, Wayne said speechlessly. He didn't understand the reincarnation of angels. Looking back in hindsight, Kerr's strange aesthetics may have already pointed out his identity as a reincarnated angel. I'm curious, why didn't the Papal States discover such an obvious feature earlier? Or is it that Kerr is the only exception? After the other angels were reincarnated as humans, they all followed the local customs and integrated into the aesthetics of the God's chosen continent. Wayne, what are the envoys of the Papal State looking for me for? Kerr's heart suddenly became more and more mysterious. Because you are a reincarnated angel. Ah! Kerr was greatly surprised and pointed at himself. Reincarnated angel, wait a minute, what does reincarnated angel mean? Literally, an angel reincarnated as a human being. Wayne patted his butt and said, do you still remember that Mona asked you to recommend joining my detective agency? The reincarnated angels lost their memory and they didn't know who they were, so the Holy See arranged for clergy to actively search for them. The famous detective Kerr has a quick mind. After hearing what Wayne said, he immediately understood the cause and effect. He had seen Wayne transform into an angel, and gave this news to St. Paul's Cathedral for a fee. Then his sister Mona came to visit and asked him to help introduce him, and join the Wayne Detective Agency as a freelance detective. How can I be an angel? My magic talent is limited. I will only be a golden mage in this life. Am I worthy of the noble status of a reincarnated angel? Kerr shook his head in doubt, and then said, Wayne, you are actually an angel. It's outrageous. The Bible says that angels have no clear gender. How can you explain that you are so lustful even though you were born as a human? Not having a clear gender doesn't mean there is no gender. It's normal to like beautiful women. Don't you also like SESE? Because he was a non-mainstream Kerr, Wayne couldn't explain clearly, so he simply told the truth. You guessed it right, I am indeed not a reincarnated angel. Due to some misunderstandings, the Papal State mistakenly thought that I was a reincarnated angel. Then neither am I. No, you must be. Seeing that the two colleagues denied their identities, Archibald waved his hand and set up a barrier to block the magic fluctuations, took out a Golden Rule Bible and placed it in front of Kerr. Mr. Poirot, Mr. Wayne must be an angel, there is no doubt about it. Archibald said, as for you, I believe in Wayne's vision. He will not see the wrong person. If you don't believe it, please put your hands on this Bible and the Golden Rule will respond to you and inspire your soul deep stigmata. That's okay, there's no need to tell me so many important secrets. If I'm not the one, you will definitely find a way to silence me. Kerr shrugged. He couldn't be a reincarnated angel. He bet that if the Bible responded to his soul, it would be because there was so much stain on him. The moment his palms touched the Golden Rule Bible, the holy light descended. Pure holy power poured into Kerr's body along his arms, and the light from the Golden Rule Bible surged, covering Kerr's entire body. An invisible force spread out, and the holy light barrier was pushed to the left and right sides, enveloping Archibald as well. Pure holy light, eternal and sacred. Looking at this light, Mona's eyes flashed with golden light, and the holy marks on the back of her hands were involuntarily activated. She murmured something in her mouth and recited a poem from the Bible. Seeing Mona's performance, Titus, who was also an angel servant, was not to be outdone, activated the stigmata on the back of his hand, and followed Mona's tone and began to read. Wayne had nothing on him and watched the angel family searching conference as a mere passerby. In the holy light shadow, he saw two hazy figures walking into the gate of heaven. At first it was humanoid, then it became nondescript. Why two? Wayne blinked, looked at Archibald who was shrouded in holy light, and then at Titus who had the holy mark engraved on the back of his hand, and immediately curled his lips. No wonder Archibald is so handsome, it turns out he is also a reincarnated angel. To be honest, angels in heaven are strange, and each one is more anthropomorphic, or not human at all. After being reincarnated as a human being, the man is tall and the woman is handsome, both of them have ceiling-level appearance. Wayne didn't see clearly what was going on inside the gate of heaven. He vaguely saw a bunch of random long shadows coming to watch. The scene was very lively. After a while, the surging holy light dispersed. Archibald put away the Golden Rule Bible. The mark of the cross slowly faded between his eyebrows. He smiled and said, "Mr. Poirot, after witnessing your own soul with your own eyes, do you have any questions?" "Have." Kerr had a bitter look on his face, and he was very repelled by the identity of an angel. He wanted to be a human being more than an angel. "What questions?" "You just said that the Bible will inspire the stigmata deep in the soul of the reincarnated angel, but there are none on my body, not anywhere." Kerr lifted up his clothes to prove himself. There were none on his face, chest, arms, legs, or back. The more he searched, the more excited he became. Feeling so stable, he tried to prove his innocence. He opened his waistband and lowered his head in a low voice, "Even here. Damn it, there really is." Kerr committed suicide and saw his own stigmata, which was in a very strange position and made him feel bad. X4. The strange guy made the four people beside him speechless for a while, especially Archibald, who said he didn't even notice. Generally speaking, the stigmata of angels will appear in relatively obvious locations, such as the face, arms, back of hands, and back, like Kerr. I can only say that the forest in heaven is huge, and there are all kinds of birds and angels there. Wait a minute, he doesn't have a stigmata either. Kerr pointed at Wayne. Everyone in the room had stigmata. Archibald had it on his forehead, Mona and Titus had it on the back of his hand, but Wayne didn't see it anywhere. So, don't look at him with such disgust. Wayne, like him, wanted to bring Wayne into trouble because he wanted to hate it. He couldn't suffer this grievance alone. The idea of Kara's backing was too weird. Archibald did not follow his train of thought and explained with a smile, "We can control whether the stigmata emerges. Just because Wayne doesn't want to say it doesn't mean he doesn't have it." Mona nodded, yes, she had done a full-body examination on Wayne, proving that Archibald was right and had hidden him. In addition, Wayne's stigmata showed up on Sister Mona. They signed a contract and Sister Mona could use the golden rule in Wayne. Archibald popularized common sense for Kirko. Wayne. That's angelic gold on the altar of pride. Forget it, no explanation, his identity as a reincarnated angel was clearly arranged by the papal state, and even the real reincarnated angel had prepared a rhetoric for him, so there was nothing to quibble about. Kerr still wanted to struggle, but was tapped on the shoulder. Wayne shook his head and said, "Give up. My fake reincarnated angel is taken as real. Besides, you are the reincarnated angel. Just accept your fate." "That's right, but you haven't even accepted your fate." Kerr whispered, insisting on his original opinion. "If Wayne is not, then he is not either. Mr. Poirot. Just call me Kerr." Kerr waved his hand in despair. "Kerr, you have been asleep for too long, and your own strength is too weak. I hope you will return to the Papal States with me and make yourself stronger as soon as possible." Archibald said seriously, "There are a total of 7 reincarnated angels who have descended to the world. You are the last one. We have lost our memories due to reincarnation, and we don't know why we came to the world. But 7 angels descended at once, and they must have a heavy responsibility. You must take back your great power in heaven so that you can deal with the upcoming crisis. Wayne frowned and said that Kerr was the last one, which should be counted as him. He knew very well that he was not. In other words, there is another reincarnated angel who has not been discovered. Where is he hiding? It can't be him, right? Kerr smiled bitterly when he heard this. This is what he is most worried about. He has low ambitions and no pursuits. For people like him, the responsibility of being in a high position is a burden. It's better not to be a reincarnated angel. Mr. Poirot. Archibald looked at Kerr steadily, and his righteous eyes made the other party dare not look directly at him. When I was still an ordinary person, the Pope once warned me that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I give you this sentence today. Wayne. Oh my God, this is not a good thing to say. What is the name of the old man, Ben Parker? I know, but, everything happened too suddenly, I need to calm down. Kerr sighed, raised his hand and looked at the watch on his wrist. I have another date, I promised a girl, I will dance with her today, and it's still in time to rush over now. Kerr, dance after returning from the Papal States. That won't work, she is a conservative girl, she is getting married tomorrow, tonight is my last chance. X4. Is there a possibility that he is really not a reincarnated angel? Okay, please go and come back soon. A look of constipation appeared on Archibald's handsome face, and he turned to look at Wayne, hoping that Wayne would help persuade him. He is constipated right away, and if you see the girl dancing with him, she will get hemorrhoids on the spot. Wayne rolled his eyes, clenched his fist and coughed lightly, then said to Kerr earnestly, join the organization of reincarnated angels, there are many benefits, and you will get a personal assistant as soon as you join. It is no longer a dream to have a successful career and love. At this point, he pointed at Mona and Titus, believe me, you can always trust the aesthetics of Jiao Huang. Kerr pouted, and Wayne stepped forward and whispered, members enjoy private customization. If you have any requirements, you can tell Jiao Huang in person. Our Heavenly Father Church overwhelms the chosen continent, and there are more than 1 million nuns under his crotch. You will definitely be able to harvest love here. Okay, I believe you again. Kerr nodded with a serious face, and said to Archibald, who was weak and powerless due to his obsession with love, when are we going to the Papal States? Can we leave tomorrow? Father, send down a thunder to kill this shameful guy. Archibald rolled his eyes and said weakly, don't worry, I still have to stay in London for a few days. That's good, it won't delay my date tonight. Kerr left contentedly. Only children focus on distant love, he wants both near and far. After he left, Archibald, who could no longer bear it, said, Wayne, are you sure you didn't find the wrong person? Give up, he has entered heaven, you angels are like this. Is it us? No, I'm not an angel. Wayne waved his hand and distanced himself from the relationship again, then raised the corner of his mouth and said, I didn't expect that our papal envoy Archibald was also a reincarnated angel. You hid it so well. If it hadn't been exposed today, I would have been kept in the dark by you. How is it possible? You knew it a long time ago. Archibald shook his head. When did I know? How could I not know? Wayne said happily, we are all friends. You have lied to me for so long, I should have broken up with you. For the sake of world peace, I will take a step back. You owe me a favor. Is that okay? No. Archibald was a shrewd man. He refused to owe anyone a favor no matter what. He was afraid that Wayne would ask for too much and he could not afford it. He lowered his voice and said, I know you know my identity, and I also know that you deliberately let me go that day and recognized me as the devil in disguise. It turned out to be you, kid. It's you. Wayne raised his eyebrows, with an expression that he knew it would happen. No wonder the devil's suicide was so strange, no wonder he wanted to send him equipment before he died, no wonder the parchment Bible, a holy object that should have been collected by the Vatican, fell into the hands of a devil. Wayne, you've already taken advantage of me, give me some face and stop talking. Archibald smiled bitterly. Also, let me explain, whether you believe it or not, I went to St. George's Church to help you explore the way and see if the Windsor royal family has other cards hidden. I believe you. Wayne nodded, he believed it. If you can beat him, Loudon will give you gold coins, if you can't beat him, brothers will explore the way for you. The principle is the same everywhere, he also operates in this way, why don't you believe it? On the other side, Kerr strolled on the street and stopped a taxi. He said he was going to the Papal States to find love, and his body was honestly looking forward to this day coming as soon as possible, but deep in his heart, it was still a little incredible. I am an angel. Dear guest, where is the destination, hell? The taxi driver looked at the rearview mirror with a meaningful smile. The moment he stepped on the accelerator, the taxi rushed straight into the dark abyss, accelerating and falling, as if it was really going straight to hell. A flash of fear flashed in Kerr's eyes, and the huge dark power attacked from all directions, pressing him so hard that he couldn't breathe. A few seconds later, Kerr rolled his eyes and lost consciousness, and instead, a sacred and inviolable thought came out of his body. In an instant, the taxi collapsed and disintegrated, and the surrounding darkness, along with the driver, was crushed into dust by an invisible force. Kerr stood expressionlessly on the street, with golden light in his eyes, and slowly raised his head to look into the distance. When you stare into the abyss is also staring at you. Kerr saw a pair of dark and deep eyes and murmured, "You found me after all. Then, why did you come to me? You really got your memory back." The dark eyes looked down and read Kerr's name in heaven, Kirill. We meet again. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 327. Angel Kirill looked at the distance expressionlessly. When he heard the muttering of his old friend, his heart was not disturbed at all. As one of the 7 reincarnated angels who came to the world, his strength and status in heaven were among the best. After becoming Kerr, he lost his memory and lived only as Kerr in the world. Until an accident, Kerr left London to investigate a case and accidentally touched the holy objects of heaven, and Kirr's soul awakened. He thus regained his memory. Among the 7 angels, he was the first to awaken. After returning to London, Kirr immediately realized that something was wrong and sealed his memory. He would only wake up when Kerr encountered a life and death crisis. Somewhere in London, Kirr saw the reincarnation altar of the Lord of Pride. He tried his best to comfort himself, but he had to succumb to reality. The head of the 7 demon kings of hell and the Lord of Pride of the 7 deadly sins set foot on the world as a human. Pride had already come to the world, but it did not turn the world into hell. Kirr did not know why, so he stayed in London and observed secretly. He wanted to know the purpose of the arrogance, which might be related to his mission in the world. On the other side, the abyss across the line of sight. First hugged the 2 secretaries on his left and right, lowered his head and sipped the imported red wine, narrowed his eyes slightly, and cut off the eye contact with Kirr. No wonder you hid it from me, it turned out that it was because you awakened. You are worthy of you, you have never let me down. However, you are too weak now, and you can't remind me of the happiness I once had. I will give you some time, and then we will play slowly. He. First smiled but said nothing. The 2nd reincarnation angel of London has been confirmed. Calculating the time, the 7 reincarnation angels, no, 6 reincarnation angels should have been found by the Papal State. These 7 guys together may help him kill some boring time. Thinking of this, First's eyes glowed with golden light, and the shadow of the Eye of Judgment appeared behind him, although I don't know why the 7 of you came down, but now there are only 6. Do a good job. I hope you can ignore the difficulty I increased and complete the task successfully. The Eye of Judgment looked into the distance and locked onto the last angel who had not been found. So, who are you? What is your name in heaven? Are you also my old friend? Forget it, this glass of wine needs to be brewed for a while, and when the mystery is revealed, it will be very interesting for you to face yourself now. 1 Julian. The Lord of Arrogance walking in the world. He turned himself into a pure-blooded human through the reincarnation altar, and then obtained the evolutionary sequence of angels through the divine blood of the Windsor royal family and the golden rule of angels that he mastered. The purpose is unknown, the motive is unknown, and now he is just a man who eats, drinks, gambles, and smokes. Kirer was right to seal himself at the first opportunity. If he hadn't done so, he would have been captured by first on the spot, and then he would have become the unlucky 7th angel, trapped in many seals, confused and unable to find himself. The camera returned to Kirer. Without the attention of the Lord of Pride, he stayed in place for a moment, his body shook, and he fell into a self-sealing state again. Kerr shook his head. He knew nothing. There was clear stupidity in his eyes. He looked at his watch and cursed, "Damn it, it's so difficult to get a taxi. When did the country become like this? Traffic is a major issue related to the economy and people's livelihood. Doesn't the Queen care? I hope it's in time. Don't be late." Wayne's house, study. Dark domain. Mona sat cross-legged on the ground as requested, eager to look at the divine blood in Wayne's hand. "Boss, didn't you say it would take a few days? Why do you want to help me evolve today? Kerr has hurt me too much. I don't recognize such an angel," Wayne complained. "In terms of appearance, Kerr and Archibald are both first-rate. It is conceivable that other reincarnated angels are all voluptuous." Wayne felt that he was misunderstood as an angel, and it was not without reason. But Archibald was a qualified angel, while Kerr was far behind. As a reincarnated angel, Kerr's aesthetics were still in heaven. He must have only drunk half of Mengpo soup when he was reincarnated. Mona covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She agreed with Wayne's opinion. If it were not for the irrefutable evidence, she would not believe that Kerr was a reincarnated angel. Which believer could withstand such a test? Anyway, it was impossible for her before. Now. Mona looked at Wayne and said something that was contrary to piety. "Angels are not as pure as believers imagine." Kerr, Archibald, and Wayne were all a little trembling. Puzzling, could it be that they had been holding it in for too long? "Aren't you thinking about something very rude?" Seeing Mona's playful smile, Wayne said unhappily. Mona nodded at first, then shook her head after realizing what was happening. Wayne pouted and raised his hand to pat Mona. "Let me make it clear first, evolution is irreversible. Once you step into the evolution sequence of an angel, you will no longer be a human being." Mona nodded and asked, "Boss, can I evolve without using divine blood?" "Oh, what do you want?" "Like Juno, who is also an angel, I hope to get your evolution," Mona said loyally. Wayne felt warm at the words and smiled. "No need to do that. My evolution is too polluted. You know me too well and know what your faith is. I can't lie to you. It will be difficult for you to maintain yourself." Mona felt that the problem was not big. If loyalty was not absolute, it was absolutely disloyal. She had already given everything to her faith and didn't care whether she maintained herself. It made no difference anyway. "Don't think about it. You are a clergyman. The orthodox angel evolution is more suitable for you. If you regret it, it won't be too late for me to help you evolve later," Wayne said. Mona nodded when she heard the words. Seeing that Wayne was shaking the blood of heaven and was about to start the operation, she hurriedly raised her hand to stop. "What's wrong?" Mona didn't say anything. She stood up and took off her clothes and folded them. These clothes were bought when Wayne took her shopping. They were of great significance. She didn't want to damage the clothes when she evolved. Wayne saw Mona's thoughts, patted her butt, and gave her a kiss after she turned around. Let's get started. If everything goes well, I'll invite you to a candlelight dinner tonight. Mona nodded and sat down cross-legged again. Wayne shook the sealed bottle shaped by his mind, breaking up the matter and exposing the divine blood to the air. A few strands of bright red liquid bloomed, the holy breath of heaven, pure and flawless, with a faint white and transparent light. Wayne's understanding of evolution follows the simple and crude pollution principle, because his own evolution is flesh and blood pollution, so the method of using divine blood is also flesh and blood contact. He urged the Book of Greed, and on the cover of the book, the big eyeballs looked at the small eyeballs of heaven, transforming their own magic power and spreading out the surging holy power. Be steady first. As Mona mobilized the power of the stigmata, her eyes turned into noble gold, white wings stretched behind her, and holy light surrounded her body. With the assistance of Wayne, the golden rule of holy words turned into a physical golden belt. 3 bands formed a circle with different diameters, rotating around Mona at different speeds. Wayne waved his hand to push out the blood of heaven, and the blood turned into red silk threads, touching the golden holy marks on the back of Mona's hand. At the moment of contact, there was no pollution effect as Wayne imagined. Instead, the golden rule holy words bands around Mona reacted to the divine blood. When the two were combined, the golden bands disappeared, replaced by dazzling holy light, surging and boundless, containing endless energy and vitality, as if it could purify all dust and filth. The sudden light bloomed, dazzling Wayne's eyes slightly, too bright, almost thinking that he had added white phosphorus. He looked at the white fireball in front of him, unable to see Mona's figure, and his mind sensed to confirm that the other party was not burned by the holy flame. Mona, how do you feel? Very warm, just like the embrace of the master. Mona's body floated up, her hands crossed in front of her chest, and the wings behind her slowly folded. The warm holy wool made her squint her eyes slightly, and she was lazy and just wanted to take a nap. The evolution of the blood of heaven has begun, and Wayne has been excluded. There is no room for intervention. He recorded the data with his mind while talking to Mona in a low voice, so that the other party would not really fall asleep. Although, it is better to be awake at this time. The evolution speed of the blood of heaven is much slower and more complicated than Wayne imagined. The color of the holy light is unpredictable, sometimes golden and bright, representing absolute majesty and dignity, and sometimes pure white like snow, like the wings of an angel, representing purity and holiness. Every time the color changes, it seems to contain a progressive law, penetrating the heart, cleansing the soul, and the momentum is getting stronger and stronger. Wayne noticed something in the change. The progressive law should be a symbol, but he was confused about what it symbolized. Perhaps it is the symbol of an angel. Angels have different attributes, and the golden rule is also distinguished by this. For example, the shape of the stigma on the back of Mona's hand. According to the Bible, each angel has his own symbol. Wayne's thoughts diverge, guessing which angel Mona symbolizes now, whether she is more influenced by St. George or the nameless angel golden rule on the altar of arrogance. After an unknown period of time, the progressive momentum gradually stabilized. Wayne sensed Mona through his thoughts, and saw the magnificent heaven through her eyes. The holy light danced, like a giant dragon tumbling in the sea of clouds, and the terrifying power shocked people. About the position of the dragon's head, the golden eyeball pattern became clearer, and the eye of judgment looked down at Mona, and noticed Wayne's thoughts in her body, and immediately spread out boundless majesty. The repulsive force that could not be defended and blocked made Wayne's thoughts gradually leave Mona's body, and as a result, the stigma on the back of her hand gradually lost its luster. As several cracks opened, this stigma no longer existed. Mona was shocked. The stigma represented the connection between her and Wayne. When the stigma was erased, she lost not only the golden rule she got from Wayne, but also the contract witnessed by the golden rule. How could this be possible? Too disloyal. Mona refused to let the stigma disappear. She drew strength from her body to maintain its existence. The eye of judgment increased its strength. Whenever Mona reshaped the contract, it would erase it. It went on, and it froze. Wayne frowned at this scene, wondering why the evolution sequence of angels was so complicated. Suddenly, he thought of the possibility of possession. After all, it was the blood of St. George. If there was a perverted trend of possession in heaven, once the pollution was successful, his secretary would become the ancestor of the Queen's family. Thinking of this hidden danger, Wayne didn't think too much. His eyes shone with golden light, and he tried his best to activate the holy will in his body, mobilized all the golden rules of angels, and reshaped it into a holy spear with his mind, and crashed into the white fireball with a bang. In his eyes, the eye of judgment was high above, and the momentum of destroying the world was like a violent dragon raging. The sky and the earth changed color, and all things trembled. This momentum sensed that Wayne's mind had broken in, and it was instantly furious, turning into a surging violent torrent. Wherever it swept, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, as if it was going to swallow the whole world. Wayne saw the bright red blood behind the momentum. The lustful fire burned the sky, and it seemed like a blood pool hanging upside down in the sky, with a horror and shock that could not be described in words. The murderous aura was extremely heavy. He didn't think too much. The holy spear went straight down, breaking through the layers of blockade of murderous aura, and came to Mona. Mona's wings spread out behind her, with 3 pairs of 6 wings above and below. She struggled between her brows, resisting the pressure of the eye of judgment. She sensed Wayne's thoughts coming and raised her hand to hold the holy spear in her hand. The cracks in the contract healed, showing her absolute loyalty. The terrifying momentum that enveloped the world dissipated in an instant, and the eye of judgment slowly faded. After a faint sigh, the 6 wings behind Mona disappeared, and a golden cross light appeared. In the center of the light, golden lines intertwined, showing the image of an eyeball. The golden light merged into Mona's body, her eyelashes trembled, and she opened her eyes slightly, looking at the holy spear in her hand and the thoughts contained in it. Her eyes were cold. After a moment, she exclaimed softly and sensed something else in her body. Curse from hell. Mona frowned, confused about the origin of the seal, tried to impact the seal to no avail, and closed her eyes completely. The holy mark of the eye of judgment dissipated, and 6 wings emerged, removing 4 of them, leaving only 1 pair. The holy flame surrounding the surrounding disappeared. Wayne took a step forward and caught the secretary, who fell from the sky. He saw that the other party's brows were tightly closed as if he fell into a deep sleep, and a string of question marks floated across his forehead. If I'm not mistaken, there were 3 pairs of wings just now. Is St. George's level so high? Fortunately, we kept it and didn't let him succeed. Wayne sensed Wayne's contract, patted his butt and said, "Universe, wake up, it's done." Mona had wings on her back, and apart from the pair of white wings, she did not show the anthropomorphic characteristics of the original angel. Wayne didn't know whether the evolution was a success or a failure. He only knew that this baptism came with a slight adjustment of the facial features, and the secretary was more beautiful than before. Especially the holiness between the eyebrows, pure and taboo. Mona opened her eyes, focused her sight, saw the face close at hand, raised her arms and hooked Wayne's neck, let out a lazy hum in her throat, and raised her head to move closer. "Don't worry, check your body first." Wayne's mind freely moves in and out of Mona's body. The person is still the same person, and there is indeed no evolutionary characteristics of an angel. From this point of view alone, evolution should have failed. Moreover, the silver cross and golden triangle in Mona's body have disappeared without a trace, replaced by another balance. Her mind and body are closely connected, and she is a balance in herself. Wayne studied it, but he didn't understand it very well. Angels are not angels, and magicians are not magicians. He couldn't figure out her specific life form now. Human appearance, with angel wings, pure and clear holy light in the body, human magician balance system disappeared, unable to strengthen himself through regular practice. Very contradictory. While Wayne was checking, Mona was also checking herself. She looked at the back of her hand at the first time and found that the holy mark disappeared, and her face changed immediately. "Master, my contract is gone." "No, the contract is still there, I can sense it." "But the holy mark." Mona noticed the contract and tried to stimulate the holy mark to flashlight, but she didn't see it anywhere, and she was very anxious. I think I saw it," Wayne said in a daze. "Where?" Wayne said nothing, waved his hand and set up a water mirror in front of him, letting Mona see it for herself. Looking at the beautiful face in the mirror, Mona was slightly surprised, secretly delighted. Wayne was surrounded by too many beauties, which made her look ordinary, and she had always felt pressured. "Master, I change." Mona was stunned in the middle of her words, slowly opened her mouth, and saw the golden stigma on her tongue. It was hidden very deep. Disperse the golden rule in the body, the stigma disappears, stimulate the golden rule, and the stigma appears again. Mona wondered why the stigma changed its position, and looked at Wayne, trying to get an explanation. "Don't look at me, I'm still confused. How do you feel? Are you uncomfortable?" Wayne asked. He was very curious about what Mona's current balance represented. Mona shook her head slightly, not feeling uncomfortable. Although the golden triangle has disappeared, the balance is more stable. "I am now." She didn't know how to describe it, but she knew that the power in her body was extremely powerful, and the endless energy seemed inexhaustible. Moreover, this power was still growing, although the growth rate was very slow, but she could feel it clearly. "So, this is a good thing." "I think so." X2. The two of them stared at each other, neither of them could figure out the current situation. Mona opened her mouth, still entangled in the changes of the holy marks, worried that there was a problem with the contract, and asked Wayne to help him check it. "I really can't do anything about you, let me take a look." Wayne lowered his head and bit her, his lips and teeth lingering, and after a moment, he said, "I checked it, there is no problem." Mona's body was stiff, and for some reason she was a little repelled by this kind of intimate contact. She thought it might be a side effect of evolution, and took the initiative to ask for a kiss in order to adapt to it as soon as possible. After trying, the conflict escalated and turned from a verbal battle into a physical conflict. During the conflict, Mona felt the rejection from her heart. She suppressed the discomfort and responded with more intense conflict. Soon, the disgust of rejection disappeared. "She's fine. Wayne is fine too." Mona finished cleaning the battlefield, folded the wings behind her back, and put on her clothes one by one in front of Wayne. As a secretary, she became more and more professional. "Boss, my body has undergone many changes, and I always feel like something is wrong." Mona put on her glasses and her vision was hazy. After taking off the lenses, her vision became clear. She did not take off her glasses and reshaped her plain lenses with her mind. Firstly, she was used to wearing glasses and would feel something was missing if she took them off. Secondly, glasses were her specialty and she knew how much Wayne liked the way she looked wearing glasses. Especially the condescending, sideways action of pushing his glasses with one hand, coupled with the extremely disgusting eyes, as if he was looking at the most rubbish student in the class, it made Wayne's blood boil every time. Cross-dressing is optional, but glasses are definitely not allowed. Mona put on the cross pendant and put it in the warehouse. After thinking about it, she waved her hand to her side and said in surprise, Boss, I can open the portable space. Well, your thinking is very powerful now. It gives me the illusion that you can reach the sky in one step. Don't go to the detective agency these 2 days. I want to study you carefully. Okay. Mona nodded repeatedly. She felt a change in herself and was very puzzled by her aversion to being close to Wayne. She wanted to know the cause of the disease. October 15th. Kerr worked hard all night and went to the hotel private room to confront Archibald. His love temporarily came to an end, and he could only live in London, thinking about going to the Papal States in search of poetry and distance. Archibald rejected this kind of weird thing in his heart. If there were not reincarnated angels, there would be 7, 1 carat and 1 pit. He would not accept this kind of thing as the same kind as himself. Archibald did not express his dislike. In order to have a good relationship with his colleagues, he gladly accepted Kerr's invitation, put Titus in the hotel, and went to the Fallen Angel bar arm in arm. On this day, Archibald saw the new world and admitted that Kerr was more of an angel than a human being. Nonsense, no normal person can bear this. Wayne no longer paid attention to Kerr's situation. He was very happy that Archibald would take Strange away from London. Today was Willie's birthday. Early in the morning, Willie pulled him out of bed and helped him dress up. Dress up and choose clothes. Chrissy. Why is Willie's birthday party held at her house? Where is Veronica? She promised to kill Willie, why didn't she do it? Come here quickly, she promises not to stop you this time. While Chris was unhappy, she helped Willie make suggestions, choose clothes to match, and dress her up beautifully. The senior sister is like this. She doesn't say anything about her grievances, she only feels sorry for Willie and Veronica. As long as she showed any signs of strength, Willie would not be able to live in the Wayne house, let alone be carried into the master bedroom by Wayne repeatedly at night. Butler Furo was appointed to prepare for the birthday party. He was professional and the layout of the venue made Willie particularly satisfied. Mr. Cushing, M.S. Carter, welcome. Fula greeted Watson at the door, bowed slightly, and said with a slight smile, you too, M.R.S. Willie is dressing up upstairs. The sun is very good today, and the Valkyrie Knight is practicing swordsmanship in the garden. You two can go first. Have some snacks there. Carter smiled and nodded, secretly thinking that the housekeeper of a noble family was different. Even if he stood silently, she looked particularly happy. Especially the title of M.R.S. Willie, it seems that my daughter did not suffer any injustice after moving in. Although there is more than one lady in this family. Carter secretly felt helpless. She tried to persuade him, but he didn't. His twin ponytails were wagging like a rattle, and he would have to stay in the pit whether he lived or not. Thinking of this, she glanced at her husband complainingly. No matter what, it's all your fault. Cushing, Carter, you are finally here. Wayne came to the first floor with a smile. After nodding to Carter, his sight was blocked by a steaming high wall, and then he was held in his arms. Bang bang bang. Cushing happily patted Wayne on the back. Strangely enough, maybe it was because of his good looks. He liked Wayne no matter what he liked. He didn't have the irritation of other father-in-laws who were being hummed. If it weren't for the inappropriate son-in-law, he would have wanted to be friends with Wayne. The screeching of brakes sounded, and 2 black cars stopped outside the gate of Wayne House. One on the left and one on the right wanted to get in first. Veronica rolled down the window and peeked her head in to see who was so rude. What caught my eye was a beautiful lady in a fluttering white dress walking out of the car with a pair of twin sisters. The beauty's black veil covers half of her beauty, and only half of her face is exposed. She is absolutely beautiful. Veroni, F. At this moment, she recalled the fear of being dominated by Senna. Shivering. Where are the generals and advisors? Come to rescue them quickly. F. Restarting the myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 328. Wayne's house is quite big. The birthday party was divided into two sessions. One was held in the living room, hosted by Willie herself, to entertain her friends, all of whom were female college students from Evanston College who had just entered the society for 1 or 2 years. A group of heads gathered together, chattering about Willie's life as a noble woman that was not worth mentioning. Dogs are rich, don't forget each other. I heard that your husband has a high position in society. Can you introduce a few good companies to the sisters? Willie waved her hand, indicating that it was not a big problem. Her boyfriend's rebellion this year was a little effective. As long as she coaxed and persuaded, or helped to hold down the hands of the senior sister, the company could get whoever it wanted. It's a small matter, I'll take down the senior sister tonight. Willie put her hands on her hips, smiled proudly, and swung her ponytails, which made the classmates envious and jealous, and subconsciously looked for Wayne's figure. Asking Willie for help still requires a third party, so it's better to do it yourself and avoid the third party making a profit. Chris was both angry and amused by Willie's boastful look. She muttered, "Why hasn't Veronica come yet? Come over and put some pressure on her, or these two ponytails will be up in the air today. Veronica, here comes Veronica." She put down her gift, didn't squeeze into the crowd, and quickly came to Chrissy. "Senior, you smell so good." Chrissy also dressed up today, still in the style of a married woman with long hair tied up. In order to avoid stealing Willie's limelight, her makeup was light and natural. No matter how beautiful Willie dressed, she could only get a white eye and a fist warning from Veronica. Chrissy was different. She thought Veronica looked good in any outfit. "Senior, emergency." Veronica pulled Chris to the corner of the living room with a serious face, gestured with her hands, and whispered what she had just seen and heard. She covered her face with a black veil, was mysterious, brought twins, and had bad intentions. Her breasts were so big, her waist was so thin, and her legs were so long. She was not a good woman at first glance. Chris rolled her eyes beautifully. "Is there a possibility that this bad woman is my teacher? I told you before." "Oh, it turns out to be your teacher, that's fine." Veronica put down her guard after hearing this. Just after a while of being happy, she suddenly found something wrong. "Senior, your teacher is the high priest of the Moonlight Church. Why did she come to Willie's birthday party? Do they know each other?" Chris was silent for a moment, and then said, "I invited her to come." "Why, what if, you said it?" "No, what if, she would have arrived a long time ago." Chris looked at Veronica dimly. "Little fool, you don't know anything." Veronica was frightened by the strange gaze and was puzzled. "Senior, why are you looking at me like that? And what do you mean she has been here for a long time?" "The teacher is Wayne's lover and has been together for a long time." "What, how dare he?" Veronica was furious and clenched her fists to bleed Willie. "And Wayne also took her to meet his parents." Mr. Austin and Ms. Healy were very satisfied with her and acknowledged her identity. Chris said expressionlessly, "What, how dare they?" Veronica was furious, angry, and furious, clenching her fists to bleed Austin and Healy. As she was getting angry, she suddenly remembered that the parents were her biological children. She said in disbelief, "Senior, I didn't understand what you said just now. Can you repeat it again?" "Repeat it as many times as you want." Chris patted Veronica on the shoulder and told her about the situation at the Ching Jun's banquet. That night, Philomena was Wayne's female companion and expressed her support for the Landau family as a high priest. In addition, she was always filial, always talking about her mother and father, ignoring that she was a few years older than Austin and Heapy, and was recognized by the couple. As Chris told the story, Veronica's mouth opened wider and wider, her eyes were as big as copper bells, and her forehead was full of question marks. The amount of information was too much, Overloaded? Look at the bright side. In this version, you are the Landau couple's biological daughter, not picked up from outside. Chris thought about it, and it seemed that this was the only thing that could be used to comfort Veronica. How ridiculous. I am the biological child. Veronica was furious and turned to go home to settle accounts with Laudeng and the witch, but Chris grabbed her arm and hugged her. She struggled twice but couldn't get rid of her. Senior sister, let go. I must punish them today. Forget it. Give Wayne a face and don't embarrass his parents, Chris complained. The interpersonal relationship was too messy. She couldn't tell who was the biological child. She had given up. Whatever, as long as she and Wayne were not siblings. Veronica's arm was wrapped in a huge friction force and she couldn't get out of it. Just when she wanted to say something, Bayu Egwang pressed it against her ear. It smells really good. Calm down. Mr. Landau admitted that the teacher was because of her identity as the high priest of the Moonlight Church. You should know what happened that night, Chris whispered. So what? It's just a rebellion. With so many knights at home, does it matter whether there is a high priest of the Moonlight Church? Veronica expressed dissatisfaction. Austin and Zifei's arrangement was clearly aimed at her. Especially Zifei, who promised to fully support her. But, traitor. Whether there is the Moonlight Church is really important. Chris first stood firm on her position, then said, the Moonlight Night is in London. According to the situation at that time, if my teacher was not present, the situation would be more complicated. In short, it is related to the reshuffle of faith and who gets more cake. When Veronica heard that it was family interests, she was even more upset. Why did the family send Wayne every time for foreign negotiations? Can't they throw Austin out? What's wrong with the playboy returning to his old business? Veronica glanced at Chris and said suspiciously, Senior sister, you are so strange today. The high priest is your teacher. Not only are you not angry, but you also speak well of her. Are you threatened? Ah. Chris sighed for a long time. There was no threat, but there was a lot of pressure, all from the Moonlight Night Delane. According to Delane's meaning, since the 2 pots of raw rice have been cooked, it is better to make the best of a mistake and take a 2-pronged approach to lock Wayne up and make him obediently become the heir of the Moonlight Night. Delane's mind suddenly went blank while he was playing cards, and he made the decision directly. It's hard to say what she was thinking at the time, whether she was standing on the side of the church, or helping her heir to pick up girls, or both. I won't be angry, this is just the beginning, I've experienced worse situations. Chris raised her hands to cover her face. After Wayne dealt with her that night, he brought Willie in again. Female, male, female. Female, lady. Lady, female. Auntie. Too bad. Seeing Chris hesitating and thinking about something, with a red face and shame and anger, Veronica couldn't help but curiously stick her head out, smelling the smell of fun, and asked her to start talking in detail. Chris was unable to speak and skipped the topic directly. It's not important. The good news is that my teacher is stupid and not very smart. No way, she is the high priest, the #1 person in charge of the Moonlight Church in Windsor, how could she be stupid? Veronica didn't believe it, and substituted her mother, Zifei, who was also the high priest. Although she was impulsive, irritable, unreasonable, likes to make up stories, and especially likes domestic violence, but apart from these shortcomings, in most cases, her IQ is stable online. Not that kind of stupid, it should be, how to say it, probably pure. Chris briefly described a few sentences. This group of old women are getting more and more pure as they get older. They are so powerful in their mouths, but when it comes to practice, the theories they have mastered are completely useless. Only with the menu. Especially Delaney, when playing cards with her, she often heard her brag about how she was in the past. If you don't know, You really think she is a veteran in the love field and has experienced many men? It's funny, she doesn't even know what running at night is. You can tell at a glance that she has never been harmed by a scumbag. Philomena was in trouble, because the scumbag acted well and played a loyal character. She didn't know much about the situation of being cheated on, and she had no experience with rivals, so she was not afraid at all. So, what do you want to do, senior sister? In a trance, Veronica saw the shadow of Wei Li in Bayou Guang. Chris didn't answer directly, but asked, Veronica, is my teacher pretty? Ah, this. Veronica thought about it. The white veil covered her face, and she couldn't see her whole face, but the elder sister had an elegant figure and outstanding temperament. She couldn't help swallowing her saliva at a glance, thinking it must be very amazing. Gulp. X2. Senior sister, don't get me wrong, I'm just a little hungry. Veronica blushed and argued. She only had one Bayou Guang, and no matter how beautiful the voluptuous goods outside were, she was limited to superficial appreciation. Pretty, right? Just average. Compared to Senna the mage. It should be about the same. Veronica compared the two and almost swallowed her saliva again. What if we use her to deal with Senna? Hiss. Veronica took a breath of cold air. Attracting tigers and rejecting wolves, it's really too good. Veronica nodded repeatedly, calling the senior sister smart, worthy of being the white moonlight in her mind, much smarter than Willie's clumsy tricks. The general is both wise and brave, and he can bring peace to the world. He decisively streamlined the formation and unilaterally kicked out the think tank. Veronica, what are you talking about here? Willie jumped behind the two of them, stuck her head in, and listened to Chris's strategic plan of attracting tigers and rejecting wolves, and immediately broke into a sweat. Attracting tigers and rejecting wolves is good, but there are wolves in front and tigers behind. How should they deal with it? X2. Veronica's forehead was covered with a drop of cold sweat. The general was still young and could not stabilize the country, so she hurriedly called back the expelled think tank. No, you two don't know how complicated the situation is. There is another beautiful woman next to Wayne. She is obviously an old legendary wizard, but she looks very young with a beautiful face, comparable to my teacher, Senna Mage. What, there are 3 such old witches? Where did so many come from? Senior sister, don't lie to me. I'm not trying to scare you, I'll have nightmares. It's the saint of the dark church. X2. Senior sister, do you really know what a saint is? Not sure, but I know what Wayne is. X3. Here, 3 heads gathered together. Because of the strong enemies around them and the solid alliance relationship, under Chris's advice, they discussed the feasibility of recruiting Philomena as the main general. Typical clueless, Philomena is just inexperienced. If she really recruits people and teaches them superior theoretical knowledge, she can definitely form a team with her conditions. Verna and Didier, the twins, are her left and right protectors. On the other side, the birthday party venue in the garden is used to entertain members of the Church of the Son of Lendon. They came to celebrate Willie's birthday. The muscular guys gathered in a steaming pile, and the family members and women were on the other side. The two sides were clearly divided, and the styles were so different that they didn't look like they were from the same church. Wayne and his future father-in-law Cushing were arm in arm. The latter drank 2 glasses of highly distilled liquor, and formed an iron triangle with his deltoids, biceps, and pectoralis major to hold Wayne tightly. Brother Wayne, my daughter is in your hands. Don't let her suffer any grievances in the future. Don't worry, Brother Cushing, I would rather suffer myself than let her suffer any grievances. Cushing burst into tears on the spot when he heard this. If you didn't know, you would think it was a wedding scene today. Valkyrie. The night sister was not in the mood. Looking at the brothers who were talking about marriage, She couldn't understand why the church became like this after she just slept. Others are fine, but Wayne is the next Sun Knight and Cushing is the current Knight Squire. They are not ordinary church members. The church is getting worse and worse. If the Father Church invades in a big way, and the angels come to the world to help, can the church resist the angels' holy spears and swords? ****. Life is not easy. The Night Sister sighed and retreated behind the tree. She came to the scene of out of sight and out of mind. At this time, Philomena, who was the most beautiful in the audience, came over with the twins. Her aura was so strong that not only the women stayed away, afraid of appearing in the same shot with her, but even the muscular men subconsciously released the state of men's separation. Seeing Philomena coming, Wayne's heart skipped a beat. Just in case, he sent out a distress signal through telepathy. "Mina, why are you here?" Wayne pushed away the sturdy arm on his shoulder and walked towards Philomena under Cushing's puzzled eyes. The latter did not hide and raised her hand to hold Wayne's arm. "Today is your birthday. I am your girlfriend. What's wrong with coming to celebrate your birthday? I have already met your parents." Philomena's tone was gentle and her lines were very provocative. A group of muscular men from the Sun Church rolled up their arms and glared at the high priest who was messing up the scene. They just waited for Cushing to smash the cup as a signal, and then rushed up to splash Philomena with blood. Otherwise, could they still wrestle and beat the legendary wizard? The legendary wizard threw a life force field, and they all fell. Cushing was furious, but not very angry. His intuition told him that Wayne must have his own reasons, and it could all be explained. This wave was the heir of the Sun Knight playing with the High Priest of the Moonlight Church, and it was a big victory for the Sun Church. "Big sister, it's hard for me to do it when you come like this." Wayne's scalp was numb. He took Philomena's slender waist and took her behind the tree. When he saw the knight's armor, he said embarrassedly, "Valkyrie, can you please give me a seat?" Valkyrie was numb, muttering that the goddess's choice was too hasty, and gave her seat to the two. "Mina, what are you doing? Today is not my birthday." "Why, you can celebrate the birthday of other girlfriends and still be at home, so I can't come to attend the birthday party." Philomena rolled her eyes at Wayne, "or, you never have me in your heart, and there is no place for me in this family." The lethality was off the charts, and Wayne was speechless. It was all the scumbag's fault, and Philomena couldn't be blamed. Seeing that he didn't say a word, Philomena sneered twice, lifted the veil and printed a lip print on Wayne's face. "Don't wipe it off, I'll come to check in an hour." After that, she left with 2 bodyguards. Not too far away, went to the study on the 2nd floor of the big house. "Today, I was invited by Chris to visit Wayne's house and take a look at other teammates in the same trench. They get along well. With Chris's guarantee, Veronica feels that the new commander is okay. Such a fierce general will be needed in the future. Willie doesn't think so. How can a man be depressed and under someone else for a long time? She thinks that Philomena is full of rebelliousness and will become a big enemy in the future. The twins guard the door, and the 4 heads meet in the study on the 2nd floor. They can just take in the scenery in the garden from a high place. Philomena stood in front of the window, very dissatisfied with herself for falling to play with a little girl. Just as she was thinking, she found that the figure in a black robe was led into the garden by the butler, and then taken behind the tree by Wayne. His X4. That's her, Anastasia, the saint of the dark church. Didn't the saint stay pure for the goddess? How could she fall? The saint can step down. She has been in office for many years. It's normal for her to pursue her own life. What's normal? What if the goddess chooses the wrong person when she descends one day? Wouldn't she see everything? The 4 people muttered to each other. Before Philomena could start thinking and exploring, Wayne and Anastasia came out from behind the tree. At first glance, it was nothing. If you look closely, you will find that the lip print on Wayne's face has been wiped off. What did I say? The saint of the Dark Church has fallen. It won't be a few days before you hear the news that the Dark Church is selecting a new saint. If you don't believe it, you can bet with me. Then you're going to win. After Anastasia left, the four people sat down around the study. It's strange, why did the saint of the Dark Church come to my birthday party? Am I familiar with her? Willie wondered. It doesn't matter, her presence here has proven everything. Philomena glanced at Chris worriedly, remembering the bet, and cursed Anastasia's blasphemy in her heart. This was a great disrespect to the goddess of darkness. If she reported it to the Dark Church, she would definitely be caught. That's what I say, but her appearance is too coincidental. Willie tilted her head. Is there a possibility that Wayne called her here to act for us? It makes so much sense. Wayne called and she came over. Seeing that Willie was speechless, Philomena continued, even if she is willing to sell Wayne's face, there is no need to slander the reputation of the saint. She must have something in mind if she dares to do this. With that said, blah blah blah, a bunch of conspiracy theories. The three little heads nodded repeatedly as they listened, and within a short time they reached a verbal agreement. There is Senna in front of them and Anastasia in the back. Only by uniting can they have a bright future. Facts have proved that although there are many people with wisdom and strength, it does not rule out the possibility of lowering the average IQ. For example, Philomena, she improved the overall appearance and weakened Willie's right to speak, making the already stretched thin his IQ is even worse. Le.jpg. October 17th. Wayne House. Because Valkyrie could not understand the current standards for knight selection, she gave up her plan to correct Wayne, and devoted all her teaching power to Willie, forcing him to practice swordsmanship in the back garden. Because it was dragon-slaying swordsmanship, Whaley studied very hard. Delian stood in the study, overlooking the entire manor, raised his eyebrows and said, "You can't tell, the Landau family is quite low-key. Your family is not as big as I thought." "Well, this isn't the Randalls' house, it's just my house." "What's the meaning?" "Literally." Wayne shrugged. The god-chosen knight was too powerful. Because he was too powerful, he didn't need to care about money. As a result, Delane had no concept of money. She had been away from the world for too long, and her imagination limited her understanding of the word nobility. Delane didn't think much about it. Like Anastasia, he didn't have much pursuit of material life. He didn't care how big Landau Manor was. He was just talking about it to tease his heir. "I have already refined the dragon tooth sword. There are 36 of them in total. I will keep 4 for self-defense, and the rest are all yours." "So much?" "Not much. You don't even think about how big the dragon's bones are. They are all piled up into a mountain." Delian explained, and then said, "My thinking can only forge at least 36 dragon tooth swords. This is my limit, but it is not the limit of the dragon tooth sword. One day in the future, your thinking ability will be better than mine. You can reshape the dragon tooth sword until the entire bone mountain is condensed into a dragon tooth sword." Wayne nodded, and a new small target appeared. "Delane, I am now a golden mage, and then I am a legendary mage. However, the realm of the legendary mage seems to be no different from that of the golden mage. It is just that life, space, and me are stacked on the original basis, until the qualitative change leads to a quantitative change." "Do you have any insights?" Wayne asked curiously. "The golden triangle is the basis of balance, the premise for a magician to explore the void. At this stage, you gain the possibility of rejecting knowledge." Seeing the heir mentioning issues related to magic theory, Delane suddenly became serious. "The six-pointed star and the silver cross are both laying the foundation for the golden triangle. Similarly, the two realms of gold and legendary mage are laying the foundation for the impact of demigods. Legend mages can be counted as human beings, while demigods are another kind of life. Are the chosen knights also demigods? So to speak. Delane nodded and said, I became a demigod because of Byakuya, not a demigod in the true sense. I can easily defeat many demigods, but this power comes from Byakuya, a gift from the goddess, and it directly changes my life. The level has been raised to demigod. What if you lose Byakuya? I am already a demigod under the influence of Byakuya. Delane told about the special features of the god's chosen knight. Seeing that Wayne seemed to understand but not understand, he continued, don't think so much, what you have to do is to practice well. The stronger you are, the more powerful the White Knight mantra will be. 5. The artifacts of the two God-chosen knights are at the same level, but the 5 God-chosen knights are both strong and weak. Do you understand what I'm saying? Understand a little bit. You still think too much. Delane pondered for a moment and said seriously, Wayne, you want to make progress too much. This is a good thing and a bad thing. Control your desires well, don't be driven by desires, and be down to earth and start as a gold and legendary mage. This will be very good for your future. Important. The iceberg beauty taught in the tone of a teacher, and her words were full of care for the air. This made Wayne stand in awe and feel the feeling of first love in her. Wayne, I'm leaving in 1 week. During this time, play cards with me and don't go anywhere. Return to the frozen continent for rotation. No, I'm going to another place. Delane raised his eyebrows. Have you heard about the mirror space? It corresponds to the reverse world of the God's Choice continent. It is a dark, cruel, and negative world of despair, also called the inner world. Well, I heard something. Wayne thought of his own self in the other world, the true successor of the Death Knight, and asked curiously, Delane, what are you doing in the other world? It sounds dangerous. The oracle of the goddess, I'm going there to find something. Delane didn't say what the specific mission was or what he was looking for. He patted Wayne on the shoulder. For legendary wizards, the other world is very dangerous. For a demigod like me, the other world is just a large trash can. I will be back soon. When I come back, we will continue to fight. Cut. What for? Don't say such things. It feels like you will never come back, Wayne said embarrassedly. Haha, who are you looking down on? You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 329. In late October, Delane left for the mirror space in the inner world. Before leaving, he told Chris and Philomena to work hard, and gave each of them a dragon tooth sword to commend their devout faith and outstanding contributions to the Moonlight Church. The two accepted the gifts with a guilty conscience. Devoting themselves to their faith was just an excuse to the outside world. They didn't think too much at the time and were busy with their love. If you insist on saying that there is any outstanding contribution, well, Wayne is quite outstanding. Delane's departure made many people feel relieved. She is too powerful. She is a great deterrent wherever she is, not only to the enemy, but also to her own people. Without Delane's card game, Philomena can finally go back to the office to work overtime. Wayne House, High Priest Manor, Landau Manor, the Front Alliance was reached, 1 big and 3 small formed an encirclement, and joined forces to resist the malicious Anastasia. The purity of the Saint of the Dark Church is protected by them. Soon, Wayne learned the news from Willie and laughed so hard that he was deceived by Willie 9 times in one night to commend the traitor's achievements. Then, at the suggestion of the traitor, the Front Alliance was reached and Secretary Mona was invited to join. Wayne's house, the High Priest Manor, the Landau Manor, and the Detective Agency, the Iron Wall defense can be said to be impregnable. I feel that this is stable. As November approaches, the temperature in London turns cooler. Wayne took the last train of cooling and led a group to the beach and saw the sea but again. Delane was there that day. She had no interest in swimming, so she set up a card table on the beach and dragged Wayne to continue playing cards. Landau Manor, family dinner. Wayne didn't know how many times he had attended the family dinner, and he had long been accustomed to it, but he had always kept the good habit of teasing Veronica. Whenever he made eye contact, he would suddenly blush. Wayne, W. Veronica had no way to deal with this face. Every time she saw it, she couldn't help but feel her fist itching. She gave him a fierce look and asked him to come over after dinner to lead the flight. He couldn't fly today because he had something important to do. Wayne glanced at Austin and asked him to speak. The latter slowly picked up the napkin and called the family to the study for a meeting when the dinner was about to end. Megan stood in the study and set up a soundproof barrier. The Papal States envoys arrived to discuss the division of faith in the Heavenly Father Church with the Queen. At my suggestion, the Queen allowed the Heavenly Father Church to spread the glory of the Father. The expansion of the Son Church has also been put on the agenda, and will be in contact with the Son Church soon. Since the declaration of war, Prussia has not expanded again, and has maintained a delicate balance with the Ross Federation. The two sides do not invade each other, and at the same time rectify the surrounding small countries and force them to stand in line. After cleaning up the surrounding small countries, Prussia should use troops against Frank. Windsor and Frank's routes on the sea have recently been harassed by unknown underwater targets. It should be Prussian submarines. They are very good at this. Next year, the war will definitely start. Austin informed Wayne of the political affairs of Buckingham Palace, and also told He, the latter is the high priest of the Church of Nature. This war is very likely to introduce conflicts between churches. He must recognize the current world situation. Compared with the world situation, the open and secret struggles between the churches are more important. There are 2 nights of darkness and death in the family. Aston hopes that Sci-fi will quit his job as soon as possible because his son is a death knight. The effect is average. Aston thinks Wayne is a death knight, and Sci-fi firmly believes that he is a natural knight. There is no wrong answer to this question. Wayne nodded while listening. The arrival of the Papal State delegation means that Archibald and Kerr have left London. He has not paid attention to it, nor is he curious about Kerr's life in the Papal State. Looking at Jiao Wang's style of doing things, you can know that Kerr must be under great pressure on this trip. Maybe the nuns are queuing at the door at this time, waiting for the baptism of the Holy Spear. Don't say it, Kerr really has a holy spear, stamped with the seal of heaven, produced by angels, and the quality is guaranteed. As for the idea that Kerr's aesthetics are too weird and it is difficult for the Papal State to find a dream lover for him, this idea is unnecessary. With Jiao Wang's ability, he will definitely find it if he wants to find it. Seeing that the family had digested the latest information, Austin continued, "Let's talk about family matters next. Sci-fi, you are preparing to upgrade to a legendary wizard recently, right? Why, do you have any ideas?" "No, I just care about the dragon blood curse." "Humph. Ha." Wayne couldn't swallow the salty dog food, so he took over the topic and said, "Teacher, when Teacher Senna left, she explained to me that the dragon blood curse is not unsolvable. Austin and I have been doing research during this period. The theoretical basis is complete, and the clinical data is also good. We can start. The clinical data mainly comes from Juno. After the fall of the royal family, Juno broke off contact with Wayne, and there was not even a phone call to greet him. This contact is one-sided. Wayne confirmed through the paleness that Juno is stable and has no adverse symptoms after surgery. Cushing and Anastasia also provided some data. The latter is currently emotionally stable and has no desire to stir up trouble as long as they don't meet. Even if the former meets, the goodwill remains at the level of buddies. Juno and Cushing's symptoms prove that as long as they don't know who they really believe in, their minds won't change uncontrollably. At the same time, it also proves that Senna and Anastasia's self-degradation is more or less related to Wayne's own will. He rejected Juno and Cushing. The two had no extra thoughts about faith. Without his interference, the two only had the most basic respect for faith, and their true faith had never changed. Cushing was a devout believer in the sun goddess. Juno, as a free wizard, only believed in herself under the false skin of an angel. Senna and Anastasia. Wayne coveted their bodies. It was useless not to admit it. Subconsciously, he wanted the two to be close to him, so they could not control themselves. Anastasia's condition was slightly better. Wayne coveted the body of the black-skinned female elf, and at the same time respected her noble moral character from the bottom of his heart, so the condition could be controlled. It had been so long since the evolution of pollution, and she had never been as intolerable as Senna and directly exposed her cards. The stone hanging in Wayne's heart fell, and he set the time for the operation with Austin, and pushed the credit to Austin, preparing to let Austin perform the operation as an intermediary. This was a guarantee to prevent the failure of the operation. As for Veronica's operation, Wayne would definitely do it himself. The two Dragon Bloods didn't understand, and because of trust, they didn't say much, just snorted twice to show their dissatisfaction. Sifty blamed Austin for studying the Dragon Blood curse without consulting her, and suspected that Wayne approached Senna with ill intentions, and the motive was that Senna knew the secret of breaking the Dragon Blood curse. This is what a tsundere is like. She is obviously very moved, but she won't say it. If you ask again, I will beat you. The camera turned and came to the underground base of Landau Manor. At Wayne's request, Megan prepared two independent operating rooms, with a strange mechanical device in the middle, heavy tank style, and a multi-turret cult branch. The pale nest was hidden in it. Megan didn't know, only Austin knew. Veronica and Sifty were wearing Asian dragon scale combat suits, and under the command of Nurse Megan, they lay on the operating table. The chief surgeon Wayne put on medical gloves and gave a look to Austin next to him. Everything is ready and can start. Austin frowned slightly, took out a magic stone carrying life energy and put it in SPHY's hand, and Wayne did the same. The evolution of the dragon requires choice. Dragon is a powerful life form with infinite possibilities. Depending on the different beliefs, the evolutionary branches of the dragon are different, such as Senna's green dragon and Megan's black dragon. Austin ruled out the dark belief at the first time. As a Dark Knight, he was not devout in his belief in the dark goddess. Wayne thought so too. Not to mention that SPHY was very repulsive to darkness and did not want her beliefs to be polluted. Even if she and Austin allowed it, Wayne would stop it. The dark goddess has set his sights on him, and he can no longer hand over chips to the dark goddess. Of course, the life energy in the magic stone is just a cover. Wayne explained that the source is the energy of the natural night, the divine power bestowed by the goddess of nature. SPHY and Veronica evolved into the form of green dragons, and their beliefs remained unchanged. In fact, the evolution of the two has nothing to do with nature. They are just covered with a layer of green dragon skin. The essence of their evolution lies in the void. Wayne got the knowledge from the void, and then passed it on to Pale Nest to teach Sci-fi and Veronica. Teacher, according to the information provided by Teacher Senna, the Dragon Blood curse has various forms of manifestation, but its core lies in the traceability of dragon blood. Dragon blood reproduces and expands from top to bottom. There is only one dragon to trace its origin. If you want to avoid the control of this dragon on the descendants of the bloodline, you must find a higher life that this dragon cannot interfere with, or that is superior to it. Teacher Senna chose the goddess of nature, and the same is true for you too. You are both disciples of the goddess of nature. Is this arrangement okay? Sci-fi has no problem, as long as it is not the same colorful black as Austin, She has no objection, Veronica has no problem either, because after choosing, Wayne has the corresponding identity of the chosen Knight of God, and it doesn't matter which one he chooses. The operation begins. Wayne pretended to start the mechanical device, pressed a few buttons, pulled several metal ropes to wrap Veronica's hands and feet, and also made a device similar to a respirator. It's impressive, and it's very powerful at first glance. Wayne was familiar with pollution, and it was easy for him to lead Veronica on the path of void life evolution through the pale nest. It was more complicated for Austin, and Xi-Fei's evolution needed his thinking to be dominant. This was done to prevent the operation from failing and causing Xi-Fei's maternal love to deteriorate. Although the possibility was extremely low and almost negligible, it was still necessary to prevent it. With the assistance of Wayne, Austin completed the skinning and guided Xi-Fei to evolve with his own thinking. The mother and daughter held the magic stone in their hands, and huge life energy poured into their bodies. Veronica was still a distance away from the Golden Wizard, and she would not change much. Xi-Fei was different. She was out of control at the beginning of the evolution, and her body showed the characteristics of a dragon. At first, it was fine white scales, and then a layer of green gradually emerged. Wayne glanced at Megan and felt that this layer of green was meaningful. So, when will the matter be done? It's not a big deal to keep dragging it out. Because both of them are very important people to Wayne, the evolution speed this time is very slow, and every detail is correct. Half an hour later, Veronica's evolution was completed first, and the half-dragon's form was very similar to the one that Xi-Fei had shown. Wayne checked carefully and confirmed that the other party's belief was the goddess of nature disguised by the pale nest. He thought it was a sure thing, and reshaped his mind, adding a white hospital gown to his combat uniform. Megan took over and pushed Veronica's bed far away. The space in the underground base was limited, and SBHY's body was getting bigger and bigger, showing more and more green dragon characteristics. 3 hours later, the giant dragon with a body length of 100 meters occupied the entire base. From a distance, it was elegant and ferocious. It was a real evil dragon. It was very similar to Senna's green dragon style. Under the skin of the green dragon, it was the essential characteristics of the void life. It existed by imitating the green dragon, and it was not a problem to make a fake look real. Wayne felt that this was a sure thing. In order to prevent the tragedy of opening champagne at halftime, let Austin stabilize his mind. He had already taken 99 steps, and success or failure depended on this move. Everything went smoothly, there was no sudden crisis, and there was no dragon from the source suddenly came out to make trouble, intending to destroy the ritual of evolution. SPHY succeeded. Rumble. The underground base rumbled and shook, the green dragon propped up its body and ravaged the base into ruins, the 100-meter dragon body broke out of the ground, and in the background was the fleeing Austin. Wayne carried Veronica on his back, and stood by with Megan to watch the show. With the dragon's roar, the flame vortex roared out and sprayed directly at the position where Austin was. The latter had no choice but to transform into the Dark Knight and fought 3 moves, but unfortunately was pressed to the ground by the dragon's claws. Just pamper her. Wayne whispered and asked Megan to prepare the medical kit, especially bandages, the more the better, Austin will be miserable tonight. The salty middle-aged dog food is not suitable for young people to taste, and Wayne carried Veronica back to the young master's villa. No one stopped Sifty's atrocities, not to mention that Austin enjoyed it. Who dared to stop him was the first to get angry. Just to say that Sifty's destructive power was obviously restrained. Not much was demolished, just an underground base, and a new one would be built tomorrow. No shortage of money. The next day, Wayne went out refreshed. The dragon blood curse was solved, the operation was perfect, and a big stone fell from his heart, not to mention how relieved he was. He felt more and more the importance of research. It happened that the new magic department was established. Bond formed a new research team, and all the experimental equipment and materials were moved in. He needed a deputy minister/group leader to cut the ribbon and give a passionate speech. He simply drove over for a stroll. The new branch was located in the southern part of London. Because the grey space was almost emptied by Wayne, the fog in London at night became thinner and thinner. The magic fog that enveloped London gradually became a thing of the past. With the continuous growth of the night economy, the originally barren southeastern two districts have received commercial investment one after another. These are all later stories. The impact cannot be seen in a short time, and the shadow of war continues to ferment. It is impossible to expect the economy of the southeastern two districts to flourish in the past 2 years. It is a blessing not to surrender. The completed laboratory is divided into 2 parts. Area is led by Bond to continue to study void life, mainly the flesh and blood of star beasts. The resources are precious, and the main reason is that the raw materials are not easy to obtain. There is only Wayne in Area B. His research topic is Hell. He inherited the legacy of Frank, the former expert in hellology. He is still sorting out the materials and has just created a folder. Research materials are urgently needed. The best research materials are undoubtedly the devils of hell, and at the very least, the familiars. But obviously, even if Wayne has this ability, he can't find the familiars to capture. Paris may have it, but he can't go there. It's too messy over there. God knows how many devils are squatting in the bushes. I hope the angels of the Vatican will move faster and send a large army to clean up as soon as possible. Deputy Minister, our inventory of experimental materials is running out. Bond came to Area B in a hurry. The so-called experimental materials are the flesh and blood of the star beast. This thing is extremely polluting. Generally, only the church has well-preserved flesh and blood. When Wayne heard that he had to pay extra to buy flesh and blood, he was immediately unhappy. You are an elite of the Ministry of Magic. It is not easy for the country to train you. Don't think about appropriation when you encounter problems. You have to learn to hunt by yourself. Things are different now. Wayne set fire to the warehouse himself. No problem. When he saw others setting fire to the warehouse, he was the first to stand up for the Queen. The chosen continent is not Europe. There are not so many colonies to make money. The Queen's crown jewels are not many. If she continues to be stingy, the Queen can only go to nightclubs to make a living to supplement the family income. Deputy Minister, I also want to go hunting in the void, but the conditions do not allow it. Bond said in distress, you don't know, now. Huh. Sorry, I said it wrong. Bond took the initiative to admit his mistake and corrected, Deputy Minister, you have just taken office, and I haven't had time to report to you. There is a void worm squatting around the node where London and the void overlap. I don't know what this guy is thinking, squatting and not moving. Ah, it turns out to be the same one. When Wayne learned about this, he suddenly realized that no wonder he would encounter a void worm every time he entered the void. It turned out to be squatting. The question is, what is the void worm squatting? Bond, the space node of London is blocked, why don't you go to other cities? Use your brain. Do I need to teach you such a simple truth? Wayne scolded with the majesty of a leader. Other cities are no match. The chosen continent may seem vast, but it is insignificant compared to the entire void. The entire chosen continent almost shares one spatial node. Even if I start from the frozen continent and enter the void, I will still encounter that void worm, Bourne said helplessly. Really? Wayne slapped his head and said speechlessly, what does that void worm mean? What is it waiting for? I don't know. There is no reliable speculation at present. It may be because of Orb. He is a legendary wizard. He is addicted to void worms and wants to wait for a few more legendary wizards. Bond complained again and again. The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Several churches guarded the flesh and blood of the star beasts. There was no worry that no one would buy them. They raised the price one by one. Bond looked at Wayne eagerly. He knew that the prince had an improper relationship with several churches and had taken many wild ways. Now, it's time for the prince to show his own strengths. Wayne curled his lips. Follow the normal process of applying for grants, let Austin and the Queen sign, and when the money comes down, I will go to the church to talk in person. Then, the funds applied for, what is the specific amount? How did you do it before? According to the market price, add 30%. Bond smiled like an old man who didn't know the world. Insects. A group of insects. No wonder the Ministry of Magic is on fire every day, even the Queen occasionally sets a fire. With your greed for money, the Queen and the Princess can't fill the hole even if they go to the Landau family to make a living. Wayne rolled his eyes and said unhappily, I'm new here, I don't want to break the rules, add 30% to the market price, give me the money, I will go to negotiate in person. Deputy Minister, as the Crown Prince of the country, you still have to fight on the front line and try every means to save money for the country. We, the subordinates, are really incompetent, Bond said expressionlessly. Patriotism, it should be. Wayne patted his chest. He opened up several channels for the country early on. As long as the money is in place, he can immediately contact the flesh and blood of the star beast. It's a coincidence that I have to go to Anastasia's house tonight to sit for a while and inject the energy of the 5 gods into the statue of the Dark Goddess. Just take this opportunity to ask Anastasia if the Dark Church has the flesh and blood of the star beast for sale at a discount. If I can earn 70% with tears, it will be great. Night, West District. A manor under Wayne's name is currently Anastasia's residence. At first glance, it seems that she is Wayne's mistress, but in fact, she is not. As the heir of the Landau family, he expressed his willingness to help the Dark Church. The manor was arranged by FLA, who didn't care whether this woman was a saint or whether she should remain pure. She only knew that Wayne rarely showed special care to female friends, and all those who had been cared for basically became wives. Therefore, the manor was decorated extremely luxuriously, and those who didn't know thought that Anastasia was corrupt. In the magnificent living room, Anastasia wore a black dress and dressed up her exquisite appearance. She personally brewed a pot of black tea to entertain Wayne. The faint fragrance hit Wayne's nose, and he noticed that the atmosphere was not right, so he said in a business-like manner, Saint, does the Dark Church have any collection of star beast flesh and blood? What is the current price? I don't know. If Mr. Wayne wants it, I can give you a few copies on behalf of the church. My God, that's not making a profit of 13% with tears. This is too insect-like. Wayne shook his head slightly. Forget about giving it away, let's go with the market price, it's as much as it should be. Although you are a saint, the administrative power of the Dark Church is in the hands of the Pope, don't let yourself owe him a favor. The Pope is my father. Good guy, you are still a second generation. Wayne was in awe. It is said that it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Anastasia has never lacked food and clothing since she was a child. After she became successful, she maintained a lifestyle like an ascetic monk, instead of letting the rich and delicious food corrupt her sincere heart, which shows how noble her character is. For a moment, Anastasia shone even more in Wayne's eyes. Wayne made a comparison. He knew that everyone had some minor flaws, but Anastasia was noble and holy, without any flaws. How great it would be if she was my saint. Wayne suddenly had an idea. If Anastasia really couldn't go back, it would be nice for him to take her and use her for himself. After thinking about it, he shook his head slightly. He didn't have the idea of forming a sect. People should know themselves. With his style, he is definitely a cult evil force, and the most extreme one. Don't harm the people. The black tea is very good. Thank you for the hospitality, Saint. Let's talk business. Wayne drank the black tea in one gulp, asked Anastasia to help contact the flesh and blood of the star beast, and then went to the basement with her to start the agreement with the dark goddess. The dark goddess kept Wayne's secret, and Wayne input the energy chosen by the 5 gods into the statue. That is, when he merged with nature, the magic power of the 5 magic stones on his chest gathered together. Wayne knew that this was not the real purpose of the dark goddess. The other party should not look down on this kind of magic, so he did not hide it and injected it very carefully. Behind him, Anastasia narrowed her eyes slightly, as if she had been logged into the account by the dark goddess. Her saint was pure and virtuous, her knight was upright and not close to women, and her body in the world was always pure. This won't do, she still hopes to get information from Wayne. Since Anastasia is unwilling to come out in full force and Wayne has been sitting still, she can only give a push. You two, move. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 330. The statue of the dark goddess was crudely made, and there was nothing special inside. Wayne had checked it and found that it was a slightly higher quality energy storage device, only slightly more advanced than the magic stone that stored magic power. The high point was limited. The statue could only store energy, and there was no channel to transmit energy inside, indicating that when Wayne injected magic power, he could not directly connect with the dark goddess. The dark goddess would come to ask for magic power after he left. That was good. Wayne did not want to face the other party, and he would not touch her if he could. He raised his hand and pressed the statue to prevent misunderstandings of disrespect to the goddess. He did not touch her private parts such as her head, chest, and waist, but pressed on her thigh. Even now, he still did not forget to hug the goddess' thigh. The speed of magic power transmission was very fast. Wayne filled the statue in a short while. He heard the rustling sound of clothes behind him. He did not think much about it, and only realized Anastasia's operation when he turned around. This operation was very simple. The saint of the dark church had long hair draped over her shoulders, with a soft luster like a waterfall, elegant lips, gentle eyes, and a delicate face that was gentle and solemn. Every detail revealed impeccable beauty. Her figure was graceful, her curves were smooth, her skin was white as jade, and a faint fragrance spread in the air, as if she was the most perfect masterpiece of nature, so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Her charm was not only in her skin, which was 1 in a million, but also in her temperament from the inside out, her confidence, nobility, elegance, and her spirit of compassion and sacrifice. Wayne stared at her, stunned, and thought for 3 or 5 seconds, and decided to think about it again. After more than 10 seconds, Wayne raised his hand to block his eyes, and a tentacle stretched out, rolled up the long skirt at Anastasia's feet and covered her. It was just a normal thing, nothing to see. After all, I have seen it all before. Wayne covered Anastasia with a long skirt to block her seductive body, and shook his head slightly. Saint, your condition has worsened again. I will do an operation for you. What operation? Is it the one I imagined? Anastasia spoke faintly, with a fragrant and slightly hoarse voice that was slightly intoxicating, which made Wayne's heart itch. How could she be so sick that her personality had become cancerous? Wayne had treated Senna before, and with this case in mind, he didn't think too much for a while, blaming himself for being too busy recently and neglecting to control Anastasia, and summoning the pale nest as quickly as possible. Anastasia looked at the pale nest, squinting her eyes slightly, and her lazy eyes and holy temperament made her charm burst out to another level. She was so pure that people couldn't help but want to worship her, and had the evil idea of personally corrupting her. Out of respect for Anastasia, Wayne killed the evil thought in seconds and beat it to 3/4 death, merged into the pale nest, waved his tentacles to wrap around Anastasia, and reshaped her mind, so that she could regain her rationality as soon as possible and avoid being dragged into the abyss by desire. It would be better if she didn't get treated. The root of the disease was found at the moment of treatment. There is another kind of thinking hidden in Anastasia's body. This thinking is hidden in Anastasia's mind, parasitic and affecting her rational judgment. The hidden method is very clever. If Wayne didn't know Anastasia 10,000%, and understood her better than Anastasia herself, there would be no possibility of discovering this thought. So, who are you? The answer is obvious. In addition to Wayne, the only one who can easily control Anastasia's life form is the Dark Goddess. What does the Dark Goddess mean? She dislikes the saint's purity and takes the initiative to possess her to seduce people. What kind of operation is this? Wayne was confused. He had seen all kinds of upper-class people, such as the Union Jack of Old London. He originally thought that the nobility, the royal family, and the church were the bottom line. Today, he realized that when it comes to the upper class, the goddess is the undisputed overlord. At least the Dark Goddess is. Okay, you like to play like this, right? Wayne was annoyed. He respected Anastasia's character. Even if he had some impure thoughts, he never dared to cross the line. The Dark Goddess's move was like tarnishing the white moonlight in his mind. Whatever he said today, he would make the other party pay the price. Saint, the situation is still under control. Give me 5 minutes, it will be over soon. Wayne pretended not to know and waved his tentacles to roll Anastasia into the pale nest. The Dark Goddess was very interested in the pale nest and was very confident in her means of hiding her thoughts. She did not resist in the process of integrating into the pale nest. She wanted to see with her own eyes how much Wayne had evolved. Darkness is coming. The Dark Goddess's eyes flashed and she saw a dark starry sky. This is a nearly dead universe. The 4 elements of earth, fire, water, and wind are scattered in all corners of the universe, filling holes and reshaping matter, delaying the trend of the universe's collapse and disintegration. Not to mention tearing down the east wall to repair the west wall, but it is definitely a case of losing one thing while taking care of another, running around for nothing. The fire element here is too strong, and the 4 elements are out of balance. Like a withered old man who is about to die, the decline of the universe is a foregone conclusion. The Dark Goddess regards this universe as Wayne's balance, and feels that the road to evolution is too difficult. Wayne seems to be singing and advancing bravely, and everything goes smoothly, but the hidden dangers of evolution have long been buried, and the wrong direction was chosen at the beginning. The evolutionary path of void life is right. All things originate from the universe and return to the universe, but it should never be set as the goal of the ancient gods at the beginning. The goal is too high, and the foundation is insufficient. Even if he stole the power of the 5 chosen knights through the appearance of the ancient god and made another step forward on the road of evolution, it was still a drop in the bucket and could not make up for the gap at the bottom. The Dark Goddess was extremely disappointed and laughed at herself. She overestimated Wayne's potential. The latter's life level might be enough, but it was limited to this. It was like a flower in the mirror and a moon in the water. It would vanish with a breeze. Come to think of it, even she had a hard time on the road of evolution, so she shouldn't pin her hopes on a simple mortal. Mortals have limited vision and can only see the greatness of the ancient gods, but not the truth behind this greatness. Thinking of this, the Dark Goddess's mind was silent, and she left after waiting for the operation to end. Sir, the operation is about to begin. It will be a little painful at first, but please believe me, I am professional in this area. Wayne's voice sounded in a corner of the universe. With a hissing sound of flesh and blood squirming, a huge magic eye slowly opened. This eyeball is embedded in the void of the universe, growing in the center of the world with a perfect fit. The moment it opens, the random whispers spread out, telling the infinite mysteries of the ancient universe. Under the amplification of the pale nest, this mysterious and indescribable voice reaches the depths of the soul, and the dark goddess's silent mind is also awakened by it, and she can't help but want to listen. Anastasia's mind maintains the form of a dark elf, like a translucent spirit, quietly suspended in the starry universe. Above is the huge and immeasurable magic eye. When this eyeball opens, it seems to be a star that emits energy, affecting the surrounding cosmic life and injecting it with energy for life evolution. The composition of energy is extremely complex. Some represent goodwill towards life, some represent incomprehensible, can exist, but it doesn't matter whether it exists or not, and some are naked malice, mixed with words such as abyss, darkness, chaos, etc. that make people feel fear and oppression. After the malicious information appeared, a strong stench drifted in the universe, like the smell of rotten seaweed and dead life forms mixed together. The dark goddess understood. This full of malice is definitely not a cure, but a highly aggressive pollution. She may have been exposed. Well, it's not a big problem. Pollution is also a kind of information. The dark goddess did not choose to leave immediately. She gave up defense and resistance, listened to the chaotic whispers, and planned to see Wayne's life level more intuitively. Soon, the dark goddess's mind mutated uncontrollably. She still felt that it was not a big problem. Even if this part of her mind mutated irreversibly, she could cut it at any time without polluting her own life form. And it was also a good experimental data to cultivate it separately after cutting. Today was not in vain. I got disappointment and new surprises. Wayne, work hard, you will get benefits after the success. The calmness and composure of the dark goddess made Wayne even more angry. He was a little hot-tempered. An honest man didn't show off his power. He really treated him as an honest man. The pale nest was fully amplified, and the halo of the big eyeball in the middle of the Book of Greed surged. The former is the body of Togigai, a follower of the ancient god. He failed to reason with the ancient god and became Wayne's life form. The latter is Wayne's greatest reliance. The combination of the two magnifies his mind to the limit. With a crisp sound, Anastasia's mind was violently torn into pieces, and the light scattered and peeled off, reorganizing into two translucent figures. On the left is the phantom of the dark goddess, with a robe covering her whole body and a dark starry universe on her face, and it is impossible to peek into her true facial features. On the right is Anastasia. Thinking of the bad behavior that just tarnished the eyes of faith, and looking at the dark goddess who changed her mind and will at some point, she was annoyed and blamed herself to the extreme. As a follower, she once again betrayed her faith. A tentacle rolled out from the void, wrapped around Anastasia, and took her away. Wayne opened fire at full power, and the huge star eyeball covered the dark goddess's mind, forcibly changing the other party's life form, causing her mind to suffer irreversible pollution. Pale Nest plus Book of Greed, this is Wayne's most powerful power, but it must be said that the goddess is the goddess, and it is not so easy to shake her life. Even if it is only part of the mind, it is still not something Wayne can take down in a short time. Wayne tried to engrave the mark of evolution in the mind of the dark goddess, so that it can completely change into his own shape inside and out, and pollute it in one breath. It would be best if it could directly turn into a hot puff in the basement. Don't you want it? Then give it to you, without going through the middleman Anastasia, we can connect directly. After polluting for several hours, it is still impossible to find out the depth. Helplessly, he retreated and instilled all the ugliness he could imagine. The whispering attracted the dark goddess's mind, because it made some sense, so she subconsciously imitated it, and her own thinking pattern began to change. The black robe and the dark star universe covering her face dissipated, revealing the infinitely beautiful figure of the dark goddess. Her long hair falls like the night, dark and smooth, flickering with faint light, like the twinkling stars in the dark universe. Her nose is tall and elegant, her lips are thin and tightly closed, and she has an arrogant and indifferent look. Her eyes are deep and dark, and when they look at each other, people are intoxicated by the endless darkness. The dark elf has slender ears, a tall and slender figure, and a clear body curve. Every inch of her body seems to have been carefully carved, like a queen sitting on the throne of darkness, exuding fatal sexiness and charm. Cold and noble beauty, she is the embodiment of the night. At this moment, due to the pollution, the dark elf's delicate skin exudes a pale sickly luster. Her facial features gradually become blurred, her face wrinkles and sagging, her eyes are sunken, as if they are two bottomless abysses, revealing a weird ominous feeling. The corners of her mouth are crooked, as if she is smiling, revealing her hideous teeth. Her beautiful figure is covered with pits, and her limbs seem to be pulled by some external force, twisting strangely. The originally slender fingers are now of different thicknesses, some are as slender as matchsticks, some are as bloated as arms, and the knuckles are even more uneven, and some are almost broken. The casual long appearance is full of creativity, like a pile of limbs pieced together, gathering all the ugliness of the anthropomorphic form, without any beauty at all. Anastasia stared at the scene with her eyes wide open, stunned, unable to connect the ugly humanoid life in front of her with the dark goddess. Although her faith has completely changed to Wayne, the habit she has kept for many years makes her still have a little respect for the dark goddess. Seeing this scene, she worships her faith even more. Wayne tried his best to turn the dark goddess into this appearance. Realizing the gap in strength, his desire for power swelled again. If only he could be stronger. The big eyeball in the middle of the Book of Greed shone, attracting the small eyeballs around to look over at the same time. Greed. These chaotic and unrelated information collided and merged, turning into a pale gray. Good evolution, you seem to have tried your best. The dark goddess's mind slowly made a sound, very dissatisfied with her position where she had to look up to see the magic eye. Her mind slowly faded away and returned to the original appearance of the black robe covering her body. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time, so stop while you are ahead. The dark goddess seemed calm, but in fact she was not. She did not expect Wayne's influence on her to reach this point. While the polluted mind was still mutating and the data was extremely precious, she hurried back to the kingdom of God to study it. The black light flashed, and the dark goddess disappeared. Then she appeared in another corner of the universe. A closer look showed that the dark goddess was obviously stunned. Wayne was also stunned, and the pupil of the magic eye shrank suddenly. The next second, a hearty laugh sounded in the universe. He 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 he. Although he did not completely pollute the other party, the evolution has been started, and this part of his thinking has been engraved with his evolution sequence. It has nothing to do with the amount of information he has mastered. It is purely a crushing of the evolutionary level. Sorry, my painting style is better than yours. Goddess, you seem to have tried your best. Hearing this taunt, the dark goddess sneered again and again. She couldn't bear to see the clown jumping up and down, so she immediately wanted to show him some color. Hiss. The black robe was torn, and the elegant figure was once again displayed in front of the magic eye. The dean was furious. This was no longer an academic study, but a blatant provocation. She waved her hand and held a ball of black light, and the infinite light expanded. Then, with a swallowing sound, the darkness in her hand dissipated. What happened? What happened? The dark goddess was horrified. In that moment, she, the incarnation of darkness, actually lost control of darkness. This is impossible. With Wayne's thinking strength, it would take a long time to learn and analyze such pure dark information, not to mention taking it away. Is it because of the ancient gods? Can he really make up for his own foundation in a short time? Impossible. It's unreasonable. The dark goddess murmured to herself. The knowledge she had received made her unable to believe the scene in front of her. She did not give up and gathered a surging dark wave again. Rumble. The sea of white foam rolled over and swallowed up the darkness completely. Any more? More. The Book of Greed hummed happily, and the thoughts communicated with each other. It accepted the knowledge told by the Dean in full, without leaking a drop, and swallowed it all. The Book of Greed was happy, and Wayne was also happy. He made a fortune in silence, provoking silently again and again, arousing the dark goddess's desire to win. You are a goddess, you can lose everything except your face. The saint of the church is still watching. The dark goddess was not convinced, but after a few times, she reacted, stood there expressionlessly, and admitted that she was careless this time. She waved her hand to roll up her robe to block the spring light. This is not important, the key is that the change of the mind cannot be suppressed. The skin gradually turned gray, and the cancer spread to the inside and outside. According to this trend, it will take less than 3 to 5 months for this part of the mind to become like Wayne. The terrifying pollution ability is definitely at the level of the ancient gods. Although it is still immature now, but he really succeeded. The dark goddess was envious and jealous. At this moment, she just wanted her mind to return to the kingdom of God safely. The material was too precious and must be studied carefully at the first time. The black robe was torn again, and the corners of the dark goddess' eyes twitched. Under the aggressive attention of the magic eye, she couldn't help but raise her hand to block it. He. So the goddess would care about these things, I thought your realm had long since stopped caring. Nonsense, it's because of the goddess that I care. Have you ever seen a goddess running around naked? Even if there is, it's an evil god. The dark goddess gritted her teeth secretly, unable to leave her thoughts, and forced a smile, trying to say something to Wayne. If there is affection, talk about affection. If there is no affection, talk about interests. You can always find a topic. The magic eye at the center of the universe slowly closed, and the whole world was dark. Wayne took Anastasia out of the chat room, leaving the dark goddess alone in the small dark room. The camera returned to the basement. Wayne stood there with a pale face. Anastasia hurriedly put on a long skirt, stepped forward to hold Wayne's arm, with a look of worry and self-blame in her eyes. It has nothing to do with you, don't care. Wayne pushed Anastasia's arm away, unwilling to let the other party get close to him. Anastasia's face was ugly, and she couldn't stretch her hand in the air, and she knew that the faith was doing this for her good, but she still felt a strong sense of loss in her heart. She felt disliked, no, abandoned. It's really troublesome, come and help me, I'll perform surgery on you when I recover. Wayne waved his hand and took the initiative to hold Anastasia's arm. Now, Anastasia became hesitant again. Wayne rolled his eyes and touched his chest and said, the goddess's mind is too strong. Even if it is polluted and has a clear hierarchy, I can't suppress her. Wayne is in a dilemma at this time. He must not let her go, but if he doesn't, with the strength of the dark goddess's mind, he will be weak for at least half a year. And he has to merge with the pale nest during this period. This is only part of the dark goddess's mind, which may be 1%, or even 1,000th or 1/10,000th. How terrifying is the strength of the goddess's mind in her complete state. It's confirmed that Tokugai is definitely not the goddess's opponent. It was sealed instead of killed purely because there was someone above it. Someone above it? Wayne raised his eyebrows, and he seemed to think there was someone above him. For example, the ancient god of Dragonheart Island. Since you can't suppress her, why don't you let her go? The goddess holds your biggest secret. If she tells other goddesses, you will face even greater pressure, Anastasia said in a cold voice. Wayne's mouth twitched, knowing that Anastasia was possessed by the dark goddess again, so he didn't stop there. He put his big hands around her slender waist and brought her directly into his arms. 5 fingers slid down, holding her tightly, and pressed her delicate body tightly in his arms. The two of them pressed their chests against each other, looking at each other, one indifferent and the other calm. Wayne, hand over my thoughts. I admire your evolution very much. Don't let me use violence, which will only make our cooperative relationship more complicated, Anastasia ordered. The smell of superiority made Wayne quite unhappy. He buried his head on Anastasia's shoulder, sniffed deeply at her slender neck, and said viciously, "If it weren't for Anastasia being innocent, I wouldn't want to hurt her, and I would definitely make you pay the price." As he spoke, tentacles spread out from his feet, entangled Anastasia's body, and could drag her into his body again at any time. Unfortunately, he couldn't delay. If there was another thought of the dark goddess, Wayne would overflow. It's hard to say who will become the puff at that time. The dark goddess is fearless. The strong have more say and more choices. At this time, she is already thinking about how to discipline Wayne. She only has 2 subordinate gods and is considering whether to add a third one. Wayne, since you are stubborn, what can you do? Who do you think I am? You don't even dare to deal with Tokugai, let alone me. Wayne looked up at the delicate face close at hand and sneered, "At this point, I believe you have also seen that I am not a pure human being. I also have my own beliefs." The dark goddess frowned and said nothing. She strongly suspected that Wayne was intimidating her and using the name of the ancient god to make her dare not act rashly. Don't say it, she really didn't dare to act rashly. Even if everyone knew that the ancient god didn't care about the life and death of his followers. Even if everyone knew that the ancient god would not come. Even if everyone knew that the ancient god had no feelings, but everyone still hesitated, such as Tokugai, who discussed for a long time and chose to seal together. You want to observe my evolution? Yes, no problem. This is also the idea of my faith, giving everyone the possibility of evolution equally, but whether they can bear it or not, my faith does not care. Wayne raised his eyebrows. Don't think I'm scaring you, I can tell you where my faith is, Dragonheart Island in Windsor. Believers now call him the sea god, with the ability of the goddess. Go and see and you will know the truth. What are you looking at? How powerful are the tentacles of the ancient god? The dark goddess secretly sneered. She would go to Dragonheart Island if she was crazy. Her thoughts scattered, through the layers of space, and instantly descended on the sky above Dragonheart Island, in the distance. What caught her eye was the twisted pentagram symbol of the sea shrine. From the main building to the statue of the sea god, they were similar to the church layout and structure of the Heavenly Father Church, but they were definitely not the faith of the Heavenly Father. The dark goddess looked at it in silence. The statue stored the faith visible to the naked eye, with an owner or no owner, quietly waiting to be picked up. She pushed Wayne away, stepped back 2 steps, with a cold face and said nothing. The goddess is too arrogant, and she won't speak up even if she wants to give in. She hopes Wayne can realize this and take the initiative to make peace, so that they can still be good allies. The experimental materials were upgraded, and they became partners. After upgrading again, they are now allies. It's very realistic. Goddess, do you want to evolve?